Go. Go. Yes.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा लिया नहीं तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक्टिक दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट ए निशाना एडा चौकस बैकी आया पैराशूट ते बैक अप फॉलोइंग ऑन अ फ्लव जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 Knock out करूँ दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूँ ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूँ बिना मेरा चिकन डिनर कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ
तेरी अखियां भी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाचा लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flat जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Game over.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी, मेरा नाम है अली अब्दुल्ला और आज हमारे साथ स्टूडियो के अंदर मौजूद है हमारी तीसरी टीम
QWERTY
QWERTY। तो यार ये क्या नाम है सर इसका, क्या इसके पीछे क्या साइंस है?
मतलब इसको लाइक वो QWERTY कीबोर्ड आपने कभी नाम सुना? मतलब QWERTY कीबोर्ड होता है, अगर आप कीबोर्ड की जो टॉप लाइन में देखें ना तो QWERTY सब साथ हैं, तो वी मेड अ न्यू टीम, तो बस हमें जल्दी में कोई नाम चाहिए था तो हमने टीम QWERTY लिख दिया।
अमेजिंग। तो यार हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं आज खान एंड रहमान। तो खान एंड रहमान, आप लोग कहाँ से बेसिकली बिलोंग करते हैं, क्या सिचुएशंस?
हम दोनों इस्लामाबाद से।
इजलू बॉयज हो आप लोग?
बर्गर बॉयज।
बर्गर बॉयज। या बात हो रही थी मैंने अपनी और टीम्स आई आपकी, उनसे भी ये बात हुई कि यार वर्ड गेमर इससे पहले ये था, इसके बड़े डिफरेंट मीनिंग थे। या गेमर बॉयज़ जो थे, लड़के भी कहते थे कि ये वाला लड़का इतना गेमर है, इससे बात नहीं करनी, इसको ऐड नहीं करना इंस्टा के ऊपर। अब लड़कियाँ क्या कहती हैं?
देखिए गेमर तो एज अ टर्म ही ये टेक्निकली एक गलत टर्म है।
सही है।
हम लोग इसको कहते हैं ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट, ठीक है, जो इसका एक प्रोफेशनल टर्म है, ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट,
ई स्पोर्ट्स
या ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर।
ये बोले यार आप लोग,
क्योंकि ई स्पोर्ट्स होता है ना इलेक्ट्रॉनिक स्पोर्ट्स, जैसे
Wow.
स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट होते हैं, तो हम हैं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट। तो हम प्रोफेशनली खेलते हैं तो हम फिर उसको कहते हैं प्रोफेशनल ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर या ई स्पोर्ट्स
पता
एथलीट।
चल रहा है कि मैं इजलू बॉयज़ के साथ बात कर रहा हूँ। आप लोगों का टेक्निकल होमवर्क भी, टर्मिनोलॉजीज़ वाला होमवर्क भी पूरा कंप्लीट है, मतलब कि यार दैट्स ग्रेट। तो इससे पहले कौन से कोई बड़े अच्छे इवेंट्स रहे हैं जिसके ऊपर आप लोगों ने मतलब कि सही मानों में उधम मचाया जाके?
एक साल पहले हुआ था एक और PUBG मोबाइल का, दैट वाज द बिगेस्ट प्राइज पूल ऑफ पाकिस्तान, वो 1 करोड़ रुपए का था।
सबसे पहला प्राइज मनी क्या था जो फॉर द मतलब लाइफ में पहली बार मिला कैश?
मतलब मैं तो लाइक ई स्पोर्ट में 6 साल से हूँ, तो मैंने लाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्राइज मनी ग्रो करते देखे। मैं तो लाइक हमारे टूर्नामेंट्स होते थे, हम डिफरेंट सिटीज़ जाते थे सिर्फ 10-15 हज़ार के टूर्नामेंट खेलने के लिए। तो अब 10-15 हज़ार से करते करते लाखों से करते करते फिर अब करोड़ों में चले गए। तो इट्स लाइक बिग लीप।
क्या हो रहा है ये सब, क्या है ये?
बस ये नई दुनिया है,
ये नई दुनिया है,
बदलती
एग्जैक्टली
दुनिया है।
हमारे पास यार फैन सिचुएशन क्या है, मतलब कि इस वक्त क्या रेशो चल रहा है आप लोगों के पास फैंस के अंदर मेल फीमेल में?
अब बराबर ही है ऑलमोस्ट। ऑब्वियसली फीमेल रेशियो थोड़ी कम होती है,
कम है गेमिंग में, और ऑब्वियसली इट्स पाकिस्तान तो,
लेकिन इसके तो इंटरनेशनली भी काफ़ी है।
व्हाई नॉट? अच्छा, आपका इंटरनेशनल मैच समझता था होना चाहिए था, बट वो उसका है रहमान का।
मैं लाइक बाय रीजन से PUBG खेलता
इसने
रहा
बीच में पाकिस्तान रीजन में खेला
छोड़ दिया था,
फिर पाकिस्तान रीजन छोड़ के फिर
मिडिल ईस्ट रीजन से मैं खेलता रहा हूँ PUBG।
अच्छा, तो आप लोगों के कोई ड्रॉप लोकेशंस जो हैं कोई स्पेसिफिक हैं, या आप लोगों ने कोई डिफरेंट जगहों पे मतलब कि और भी मैप्स ट्राई किए हैं, क्या है, किस तरह से करते हैं?
हर मैप का डिफरेंट होता है, मतलब एज अ कैप्टन मैं स्ट्रेटेजाइज करता हूँ ना, तो हर मैप का मेरा एक डिफरेंट गेम प्लान होता है।
ठीक है। तो अच्छा, ड्रॉप लोकेशंस आप हमेशा डिफरेंट लेते हैं, कोई एक स्पेसिफिक लेते हैं?
हर मैप की एक स्पेसिफिक होती है।
आप लोगों की टीम कंसिस्टेंट है, आप लोगों ने कभी अपनी टीम के अंदर कोई चेंजेस नहीं रखी हैं? आप लोग जो QWERTY आज से 3 साल पहले थी, आज भी वही है?
नहीं, हम लोगों के बीच में मतलब एक आधा प्लेयर चेंज होता रहता था, लेकिन जिस तरह रहमान है और मेरे साथ एक और प्लेयर है बुलवरी, वो लाइक हम शुरू से जो मेरी लाइक फर्स्ट टीम है ना, सिंस 2.5 ईयर्स, तो वो साथ ही है मेरे। अभी रिसेंटली हमने जिस तरह एक वी हैड अ चेंज, हमने ग्रेविटी को ऐड किया था अपनी।
मेरा ऑन एंड ऑफ सीन चलता रहता है, मैं कभी बीच में आ जाता हूँ फिर चला जाता हूँ, लेकिन जब वापस आता हूँ ना तो इधर ही आता हूँ।
यू गाइस आर गुड विद फ्लैंक्स, मतलब कि आप लोगों का अच्छा है फ्लैंकिंग, आप लोगों की एक स्ट्रेंथ है आई गेस। तो इसके अलावा और कोई स्ट्रेटजी आप लोग इसके अलावा कोई एम्प्लॉय करते हैं, क्या सीन्स हैं, मतलब कि फ्लैंक, वाई फ्लैंक एवरी टाइम यार? ये मतलब कि बड़ा एक क्वेश्चन तो मेरे पास बार बार आएगा, लोगों ने उनसे पूछते हैं फ्लैंकिंग क्यों करते हैं, फ्लैंकिंग करते हैं।
फ्लैंक एक बहुत ना इस PUBG मोबाइल में बहुत एक इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है। और अगर आप लाइक टॉप टीम्स को देखें, खासतौर पे चाइनीज़ टीम को, तो वो इस रोल को बहुत हाईली प्रायोरिटाइज करते हैं। तो चाहे वो सामने आपकी कोई अंडरडॉग टीम हो या कोई प्रोफेशनली बहुत हाई फाइट टीम हो, तो किसी टीम को भी प्रेशराइज करने के लिए आपको सबसे जो मेन चीज़ होती है वो फ्लैंक होता है।
और ये लाइक एक्सपीरियंस टेक्निक है, जिसके पास एक्सपीरियंस है ना हर चीज़ का, मैप का, वही जाके कि अच्छा ये इधर है तो मैं इधर जाऊँगा, तो मुझे यहाँ से मुझे नज़र आएंगे, ये उधर देख रहे होंगे, मैं इधर से पीछे से
पहुँचूंगा, पीछे से पहुँचूंगा, इस तरह
बैक स्टैब कर।
मतलब मैप नॉलेज होनी चाहिए आपके फ्लैंक के पास।
ओके, ये लोग तो हक्का बक्का देते होंगे यार जब उनको सर पे गोलियां पड़ती होंगी।
हाँ, लाइक आप उनका फोकस उस तरफ होता है और एकदम से कोई दूसरी साइड से
टक कर दिया आपने, गोली मारी और निकले स्केच,
ये किधर से आ गया।
कूल यार। आप लोग किसी को थ्रेट कंसिडर नहीं कर रहे हैं? अपनी जो टीम से इस वक्त सामने खेल रही है, इनमें कोई थ्रेट नहीं है?
नहीं, हमें ऐसा कोई नहीं, क्योंकि अब एक दो कुछ मतलब कंसिस्टेंट टीमें होती हैं, लेकिन दे नॉट लाइक एज अ थ्रेट
नहीं है, लेकिन फोकस है लाइक एक दो टीम्स का।
किसके ऊपर आप लोगों को ज़्यादा है कि यार कि हमें इसको थोड़ा, जब ये आएंगे तो हमें थोड़ा सा सीरियसली लेना है इनको?
I8 ऑब्वियसली,
I8 और टीम बबलू
को
क्लैरिटी
अच्छा क्लैरिटी जो है ये भी एक पुरानी टीम है, इसके अंदर ये टीम बबलू का क्या सीन है यार? इसका नाम
बबलू ही क्लैरिटी है, लाइक ये बबलू होते थे तो क्लैरिटी इज ऑर्ग, तो उन्होंने उनको स्पॉन्सर किया, तो जो आपको स्पॉन्सर करता है
तो आपने उसका नाम तो लगाना ही लगाना है। तो कोई मैसेज वगैरह अगर आप लोग देना चाहें अपने फैंस को यार? कुछ
फैंस को ये मैसेज है कि हम इंशाल्लाह हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं अपनी बेस्ट, तो आप लोगों की भी होप्स हैं हमारे अंदर, हमें पता है कि यू आर एक्सपेक्टिंग अस टू परफॉर्म, और हमें भी ये नहीं होता कि हम किसी को डिसअपॉइंट करें, तो हम मेहनत कर रहे हैं, अब अल्लाह बेहतर करेगा।
अल्लाह बेहतर करेगा भाई, यानी कि आप मतलब कि कह रहे हो कि सब कुछ सही रहेगा इंशाल्लाह। बहुत मज़ा आया आप लोगों से बात करके, बहुत अमेजिंग रहा सीन यार। आई विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट यार, आप लोग जीतो, अच्छा करो यार। तो यार ये थे हमारे साथ रहमान और ख़ान जो कि रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे थे टीम QWERTY को। तो यार ये बॉयज़ भी बड़ी अनोखे हैं, बड़ी मज़े के हैं, सबसे सीनियर बॉयज़ हैं यार। इन्होंने बहुत एक अच्छा अपना पूरा गेम प्लान बताया कि हम ये करेंगे वो करेंगे इस तरह का। मतलब कि इनकी सबसे यूनिक जो बात लगी वो ये लगी यार, इनको डर नहीं लग रहा किसी से भी। ये वो वाहिद टीम थी जिसने कहा कि यार कि हमें टेंशन है ही नहीं, हम संभाल लेंगे। तो अब तो ये पता चलेगा यार गेम के अंदर कि जब कंपटीशन स्टार्ट होगा उसके लिए आपको थोड़ा कनेक्टेड भी रहना पड़ेगा, ताकि हमने जो बातें की हम उनको वैलिडेट कर सकेंगे भाई क्या हुआ, आपने बोला गया था और हुआ क्या एग्जैक्टली। प्लान वही है, देखना पड़ेगा, सुनना पड़ेगा और फॉलो अप में रखना पड़ेगा। और ये थे हमारे साथ रहमान और ख़ान। तो मेरे ख्याल से चलते हैं फिर हम लोग यार, चलते हैं। ओके जी, थैंक यू जी, अल्लाह हाफिज़।
PMPL exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality. It's our chance to reach the biggest. It's time to enter the dawn of new champions. Let the action begin.
Well, welcome ladies and gentlemen to day 2 of the Super Weekend here in PUBG Mobile Premier League Pakistan. With of course Oppo as our official PMPL Pakistan partner. I'm joined by Blotter today on desk, and I'm sure day 2 Blotter, as we well know it, is going to be a day of comebacks.
Dude, definitely. I mean, PUBG Mobile Pro League for this season is definitely looking really aggressive. No two ways about it. And in all of that, I mean, when it comes down to the Super Weekend that we are a part of, this is the first Super Weekend, of course, viewers. So when it comes down to the way the teams have been playing compared to the league play and the Super Weekend itself, I mean, it is a complete abysmal shift that was not anticipated or expected from the side of these teams. But hey, CA, I mean, that's what we're here for. That's what the fans are here for, to have a little bit of that spice being showcased from one game to the next day.
Yes, the PUBG Mobile Pro League, my bad. But yeah, like you said, the spice is what I'm really looking forward to, Blotter, because that's what we were missing from a select few teams yesterday. Right. We had a couple of teams really shining, one of which was, of course, MetershotxSKY, Quantum Rage, even with IQ's Clutch coming in huge. Really did shine. But a couple of teams that we expected to be able to pick up the pace, namely, for example, I think Magnus is one that really caught my eye, did kind of fall off the wagon.
It did. It definitely has not been their day number 1, but that is something that we can definitely keep our fingers crossed for, because the way league play was showcased for the side of Magnus Esports, it was looking very good, right? So hopefully today will be the day where they can showcase that sort of a comeback story from their side, because you believe it or not, when it comes to the Super Weekend, especially for the Pakistan region as we're looking at it, it is just haywire all across. You cannot anticipate or predict which side the game is going to be rolling down towards.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's exactly the way we love it. And it's exactly what we saw yesterday. So hopefully we get to see this continue on forward with our Super Weekend Day 2. But one thing that's for sure is that teams will look to make their mark. I think another team that will look to really step it up is SALTxi8. I'm sure they were thinking coming into the Super Weekend, they're going to be in consideration for that top mark, fighting for that first spot. But it doesn't seem to be the case so far, at least, Blotter. So I'm really curious what is going wrong for SALTxi8, because in some ways it does feel like they're only a glimmer of what we expected from them.
That is very true. That is definitely true. But overall, again, when it comes down to yesterday's games that the team did play, SALTxi8, slowly and steadily, we've seen a little bit of a rise, a little bit of an incline that they're trying to climb up on. And that is definitely helping their cause. But now, this is something that I noticed as well in yesterday's gameplay. In fact, throughout all the games that SALTxi8 have been a part of, individually, the skills are on point. But synergistically as a team, that is where the team synergy is lacking. And that is where the pushes and the conversation that needs to be happening, the tactical convo that is supposed to take place during the fight itself, kind of just completely falters onto itself. So hopefully today will be a different day for SALTxi8.
Oh, 100%. And I think that's what they'll be hoping for too. But let's see. I think that's what we can say very, very well. But right now, of course, for all of our new viewers out here who are a little confused as to what is a Super Weekend even, as you can see, we've got 3 weeks of regular league play, which happened this past week, leading into 3 Super Weekends, of which we are at that #1 place. From these Super Weekends, you pick up some crucial points, and the top 16 amongst those points are what end up going to the PUBG Mobile Pro League of Pakistan's finals. And in those finals, you try to get a shot at this massive prize pool. 1.76 crore up for grabs, a PKR of course, and all for these teams to take a chunk out of. But besides that, Blotter, in these Super Weekends, every winner chicken dinner has its own prize.
Exactly, you're looking at that 88,000 per match chicken dinner PKR being provided to these teams, whoever gets that chicken dinner over these Super Weekends. And if yesterday is to show any merit, I mean, we had each and every individual team take on a different role altogether. But Quantum Rage, I mean, that team walked away with 2 chicken dinners. Just ludicrous play from the side of Quantum Rage.
Yeah. I really think we've seen this in many a different esports where a single clutch can really lift up the entire team spirits. And I think that's what happened with Quantum Rage yesterday. IQ with the play right there, which helped them get that initial chicken dinner translated into another in the subsequent. And I think what is really, really important is that they continue this momentum coming into day 2. You don't want it to end up being a one-time affair. You don't want it to end up being, that 5 seconds of spotlight. You want to continue your run of form. But looking at, of course, all of our squad rosters, some teams that I do want to see step it up are teams like FMxR3D. These are teams that did not have to go through qualifier, came directly from PMPL South Asia Season 4. So I'm hoping that teams like this, like FMxR3D and of course SALTxi8, are able to step up to that high title that they hold to them.
Definitely. And on the other front, as we move on through to the next set of squads, we do have to talk about all of these teams actually. Team Star, the Grounders, Team QWERTY, as well as MetershotxSKY. Because, I mean, let's start off the conversation with Team Star. The way that they were able to get the ball rolling for their side all over when it comes to the Super Weekend Day #1 itself was phenomenal. I mean, we saw the game that they were able to clutch on Sanhok with a chicken dinner for their side. So definitely moving them into the top 8. Same can be said for the Grounders. The way that the Grounders are playing compared to how they were in the league play, it is a completely different team, finding themselves on the 5th spot with 45 points. So a miraculous turn of events is what has been showcased compared to the league play days. But now this is but these are the teams rather that all the eyes are going to be gauged on down towards, all the eyes are going to be focused on down towards, because Magnus Esports, a very well-versed team, a very well-educated team with all the skills working for their side, that still they're just not able to capitalize upon the situations, right? I mean, 52x Rage being another one, Team 3x Esports. So we can hope that today is the day for the comeback for these teams, because if today also they're not able to capitalize upon the situation, then it is going to be very, very tough, right? Because, I mean, you look at the leaderboard right off the bat is going to be Quantum Rage with 79 points in just one single day, 5 games in total.
Yeah, and it's so interesting to see our top 3 after day 1 are teams that were not necessarily in contention for the top 3, with the exception of Quantum Rage in the league stage. Yeah, Quantum Rage was the only team that was contesting even there, able to do it right here as well. So they're clearly in a comfortable spot in that first spot. But I think besides them, Freestyle will be one to pick up the pace. They had a bit of an off day with respect to Erangel yesterday, and they'll hope to correct that today.
Hopefully they would. Hopefully, I mean, all of these teams, in fact, would, right? Because when it comes down to the way that you're supposed to play the league plays and then the strategies that you're supposed to apply through to the Super Weekends altogether itself, there is a little bit of a difference that is required. And these teams, again, yesterday was just their first day of the Super Weekend experience altogether itself. Will today, I'm sure, be well settled to battle it out against their opponents. And I'm keeping my eyes out towards these teams that find themselves from the 11th to the 16th position, because all of these teams have what it takes to make it into the top 10, to the top 8 itself.
Oh, absolutely. And talking about teams that have been left behind, I think Regicide is a notable name. FMxR3D, of course, we talked about as well. Regicide and FMxR3D, I think, will be looking to step up to the mark in that way and secure a lot more points, especially Regicide, who are just at 20, left quite far behind. I think for FMxR3D, the gap isn't as great. So we'll have to see whether these teams are able to step up. But right now, of course, talking about our number one place team, that clutch that we keep mentioning, Blotter, IQ right here, as you can see on your screen, pulled off some massive plays to get his team that momentum and the chicken dinner in this match.
Well, not once, but a couple of times, in fact, when it comes down to Quantum Rage. The player has been phenomenal and so very crucial for the side of Quantum Rage altogether itself. As you can clearly see, the IQ control, the IQ play being showcased right here, and the trigger control is what I meant to say, that their brain freezing along with the conversation. But definitely, I mean, IQ, he is a legend in the making for the side of Quantum Rage. If he keeps on pushing these sort of play styles, there is nothing, or rather no other team that can push them off that throne that they are going to be sitting on top of as the day starts off.
Oh, it certainly looks like that if they continue that momentum, right? But I think we've regularly known when it comes to Super Weekends that day 2 is the day of those upsets. Day 2 is the day that teams are really able to rally back strong. They've got the data in, they've made the micro adaptations, they've understood each other's rotations. And I'm excited to see how that unfolds, particularly on our second map of Sanhok today, because yesterday you could see it was all just brand new, not just for us, but for these teams as well. So coming into today, I'm sure teams are slightly more prepared for that.
They most certainly are. As we discussed earlier as well, I mean, during the league plays as well, we saw that difference from day 1 to day 2 altogether. When the teams went back, they saw all the stream and they saw what the opponents were doing. They saw what sort of rotations were being made. They saw what sort of drop contestations could be anticipated from the teams. And that is where they moved their gameplay up. And from that league plays into the Super Weekend itself, day number 1 clearly showcased. I mean, you've got the likes of Team H2E, you've got the likes of the Grounders, who in the league plays were very shaky in terms of the play style that they were creating. But now in the league plays, or rather the Super Weekend, where it matters the most, they have definitely capitalized upon all that homework that they did. So I'm keeping my wits all about, and definitely going to be looking forward to that sort of a witty sort of an play style coming in from these other teams that have not been able to pop off heads on day number 1, but day 2 is going to be the day that they have to, because if they don't now, I mean, all right, let's look at it this way. The team sitting on the 12th position, which is team 4VTFT, right, they are sitting with 30 points for themselves. Now the team sitting on the 6th position all the way up on the first page is going to be Team Star, and they're sitting with 37 points. 30 points, 37 points, 12th position, 6th position, 7-point difference. I mean, it is so very close right now. But if today these teams on the bottom of the totem pole are not able to make it, then that 7-point lead is going to be drastically increasing, and that's going to make things that much more difficult for day number 3 Super Weekend.
100% Blotter. As you can see with MetershotxSKY, a team that really caught our attention yesterday. If you look at the individual stats of all players, I think, of course, SALTxi really stood up to the mark. I'd say Khatir and Mary especially. Mary, we saw one game single-handedly holding on for his team towards the end, finding some key eliminations as well. And then Ash did the same. So I think really what we understood from MetershotxSKY, as you can see in the average survival time, is that this team loves playing for those last few circles. They like to really stretch it out to the end.
They definitely do, and every single time when we've seen this team, they are, I mean, since day 1 I've been calling them Shiki and Loki, because in terms of the play that they're able to create, right, they try and make it into the zone, which is also a commendable job that they end up doing, because they have all the 4 players surviving for their side. And clearly, as we move on through to the performance graph itself, that will be showcasing the way that this team is able to create that sort of a momentum for themselves. They push on along slowly and steadily, try and work towards those placement points, and then as soon as the game works out in their favor, look at that 4th game right there, they move on to get that chicken dinner for their side. So incredible play style that this team has been able to create.
Yeah, and I think what's even more interesting is the fact that they're able to do this quite consistently yesterday against all odds, because they were continuously stuck away in these positions where they were caught off guard, away from each other. As you can see in these highlights, they managed to pull it out, they managed to win the fight, and the question is, was it a one-day thing, or will they be able to do it again? And that question, I'm sure we'll get an answer to real soon. But I think what they looked better coming into today is trying to get into less of those dicey situations where they get caught out and try to be a little more solid as a unit.
Absolutely, and that's going to be very crucial for the side of MetershotxSKY. I mean, for one thing that we've noticed in terms of the way the team has been able to create those sort of opportunities for their side is when they play that slow-paced approach. And if MetershotxSKY get caught off guard early in the game, then they are choked. But once they start moving along with the momentum of the zones themselves and they move on into the 2nd and the 3rd zone, then you know for a fact that MetershotxSKY, even if it's just a one-man who's going to be remaining, they will try and get those placement points and move all the way up to the 2nd position, as well as we've seen earlier. So that is something that will definitely be something that'll support MetershotxSKY's play. But on the other front, you have teams that are so very aggressive, like the likes of Quantum Rage. Got 2 chicken dinners, the first one with 14 elimination points, second one with 17 elimination points. So yeah, this is going to be a tough job for Metershot to be able to crack that sort of a code again and again, as you so perfectly mentioned.
Oh, most definitely. But looking at Magnus Esports, they didn't have the greatest of days yesterday. Were able to bounce back in the final game to a better extent than the rest of their day. So I'm hoping to see if they will be able to continue this form, because while they languished in the second half of the page for most of day 1, in the last game they bounced back and finished in that first half. So hopefully they'll be able to continue in that regard, because otherwise it is looking quite scary for them to be able to pull it off. Now, what I do think more than that, what is really cool is, as you can see for Magnus, they started off on this very strong note. They've been on a downhill ever since, but that right there, that last game I'm talking about, they look to be building back up. So I wonder if they start off with the chicken dinner again here in this first match of day 2.
Ooh, that's going to be very big shoes to fill in, mate, for the side of Magnus, because if at all, their performance from not only one day, but overall, I mean, I would say they've had the ups and downs, because the league plays definitely was working in this team's favor, and the way they were able to strategize to be able to get those wonderful elimination points as well as the placement points for themselves were phenomenal. But in the Super Weekend, their playstyle has altered and has been required to be altered because of the way the other teams are playing, and that is somewhere where Magnus Esports have not been able to find their foothold. But as you so perfectly mentioned, the day moved on in favor of them as it came to an end. So maybe that momentum could just support their luck. But yeah, it's going to be a far-fetched shot for them to get that chicken, though.
Oh, absolutely. And we'll really have to see if they can step up, make it happen. Right now, I think a player to look out for is going to be Mom2 in that regard. But I think that's for now. That's enough of the teams talking about it. But let's have a look at the schedule that we have available for us today. And really, of course, standard, as you saw yesterday, is going to be 3 Erangels, a Miramar and a Sanhok. The Erangels alternated by the Miramar and Sanhok respectively. But what it does end up meaning is you need consistency across all 3 maps right here to show yourself on a good note on the Super Weekend.
You definitely do, and you have to start doing that from the first game itself, because you've got 16 teams. They're all going to be playing all the 5 games that are going to be played throughout the day, and every single game counts now, especially for the teams that we did discuss earlier who find themselves at the bottom of the leaderboard. Now looking at this map chance, I mean, look at that. You've got the side of FM sitting on with that perfect map chance working in that team's favor. Magnus as well right there, looking pretty comfortable with the 0.6 and of course the average APM being a 4.43, but still not able to perform that way. So again, I would like to say that today is the day where Magnus will definitely showcase a comeback, or I hope they do. Please do.
That's certainly going to be our hope. Well, we'll see. We'll see if they're able to actually make it happen. I think if they are to make it happen, ain't no better map than the Erangel that we're going to see first up to try and get it done. And you really got to do it, because as you can see, this is a gladiator arena. Every single team out for blood. No team is going to back down, really. They're going to just continuously stay at each other's throats, and that's the way it is in PMPL. Yep. It's a cutthroat competition. You've got to be at the top of your game to get yourself those optimal points.
Absolutely, and for that we will of course ask the viewers, the fans of these teams, to go ahead and spam that heart and love for the team that you're going to be rooting and supporting for, because when it comes down to that virtual arena that's been set up right there, that gladiator arena, all of those fans, those virtual fans, are going to be picking up all the hashtags that you're going to be given, the hearts that you're going to be given, and combine them together to showcase whichever team that you are rooting for. So even though you're not there, your word is definitely getting crossed. So definitely do not forget to give in your love for these teams, because the pressure level that these teams are finding themselves in is quite a lot, because the way league play started off, I mean, see, correct me if I'm wrong, when the league play started off, it was looking like a one-sided thing where 2 or 3 teams were looking like, alright, yeah, they're going to be able to make it, and you know, the likes of Clarity and likes are going to be doing perfectly well for themselves. But as you move on into the Super Weekend, the first day itself, if at all that's anything to indicate how this storyline is going to be created, then there's going to be quite a lot of ups and downs from the entirety of the lobby.
Oh, most definitely, and I'm hoping that trend continues on with our day 2 here as well, because I really don't want it to end up being a one-sided affair. You know, I don't want 1 or 2 teams to be dominating. Exactly. I want at least top 8 to be better. Like, it should be a stage where the 8th to 10th place team can, with a single chicken dinner, get themselves into conversation for a potential top 2, if not top 1 finish. And that's where I think things get really interesting, and it keeps everyone on their toes, where the players especially, with respect to just making sure they're focused, they're giving out their very, very best. And I think that's why we want to see that volatility. But if a team is able to get away with the lead today, they put themselves in a great spot going into that final day of Super Weekend to really just hold on for dear life and finish off this weekend in that #1 slot. Because if you do manage to do that, that's going to give you a ton of confidence going into the rest of our league stages, because with only 3 Super Weekends to play, every single one counts.
Exactly, and you're looking at only 15 games in total, right? Every single day of the Super Weekend, you're looking at 5 games that 16 teams are going to be playing. So total with 3, it's 15 games in total. And well, again, I mean, you combine all of that together, so 45 games is what you've got in total if you participate in all the 3 Super Weekends. And yeah, I mean, that's not necessarily enough if you're going to be missing out on the first Super Weekend, or you're participating in the first Super Weekend but still not able to capitalize and only walk away with 12 points in the 5 games that you've played. Yeah, I mean, buck up. That sort of a play will not be anticipated or accepted right here at PMPL Pakistan region.
Yeah, it most certainly will not. So right now, I think for these teams, the focus really has to be to try and pull off something that they were hoping for coming into the Super Weekend. And I think we've talked about it a lot. Might as well see it in action as we get into our very first match of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Day 2 of this Super Weekend. We're going to start off from Erangel with a lovely flight path. It's going to be a vertical one, dividing everything, I believe, from the northern side into the south. So I'm curious to see actually immediately that Snovka entry from SALTxi8 that we get to see regularly. Yesterday in one match it was contested by TUF to a certain degree. I wonder if that contestation continues or if either team just backs out.
Nah, I don't think that TUF were wanting to get that contestation. They were just eyeballing the zone to be around that area, and well, they kind of miscalculated, I believe, because as soon as they jumped off onto that military base, right, they just went on to the southern part, the most extreme southern part, because they knew SALTxi8 is going to be in the center of that Susquehanna, and you do not want to mess around with SALTxi8. So they kept a very back-end line, waited around in the blue zone for the longest time before TUF finally started making that rotation. So definitely not the case. But of course, on the other front, when it comes down to MetershotxSKY, you do know for a fact that they love to go down to the military base as well. So of course, for the side of SALTxi8 and MetershotxSKY, we have not really seen them, even though they go down on the military island, they do not contest against each other. They both know where they're at, but they kind of play it cool and chill. So that is going to be working out for their side, but the zone is going to be keeping these teams on to the western front. But let's see where exactly is the first blood going to be drawn from, because I'm looking at 4VTFT and Team QWERTY, who are so very close.
Oh, and this circle is also interesting, Blotter, because with this circle, you see most of the teams are already in it. So it's either going to be quite a slow start for us or a really quick one as teams try to contest the center of that circle. You can see QWERTY with the vehicles already on the rotations trying to catch up with their teammates. I believe probably started off with the 2-2 split. Now just going for the early rotations to get some control towards the middle part of the circle. And they're going to be a team to really watch out for coming into this first match, because again, they haven't really performed up to their expectations in the first few days. They will be looking to build upon that, and we'll have to see if they can make it happen. But right now, 4v TFT might spot out their rotations. Oh no, never mind, they will not. It will just mean that we are most likely off to that slow start that we're talking about.
It seems likely. It definitely seems likely where these teams have moved on away into their own small little corners, as we can, I mean, the viewers cannot see, but I can see on the map, and they're calling it just a truce a little bit basically right now when they're trying to just get all the loot segregated and sorted around for themselves. And yeah, I do kind of like that approach, because we've seen on the map of Miramar especially so many times that when the teams end up taking on those early aggressive stances against each other, they end up just waiting and waiting and waiting, and the blue zone catches up to them, and now they got to make a big rotation where the distance is so much. You've already got so much of health divided because you were taking on your opponents for such a long time. You had not given enough time for the loot for yourself and your team as well. So it all just kind of trickles down to negative, and just does not favor them. But let's see when it comes down to this game, if that will be the case being showcased, because when it comes down to teams making late rotations, we've got a few of them. Well, right off the bat, the team SALTxi8 on our screens is one of them who does that every single time.
Yeah, exactly. Really, I think what we've seen from SALTxi8 hasn't been anything new as such. They've stuck to their guns, they've stuck to what is comfortable for them. And so far, I think the early starts haven't been the issue. It has really been towards the mid stages of these lobbies where they find themselves quite separated, taking unnecessary fights, I'd say, where they do end up getting caught out. And that's where I think Fixes were also saying that we need to see some better decision making from SALTxi8 with respect to what fights they... Yes, of course, eliminations are always good, but if it come at the cost of your superior placement, then I'm not so sure, because when you end up in those later circles, you're gonna get those eliminations either ways. But talking about eliminations, we take a look at our eliminations leaders, and it's no surprise, Blotter, that we've got two players from our top team coming into day one in those top 5, Sirius and IQ from Quantum Rage.
Absolutely, because again, when it comes down to Quantum Rage and the players, Sirius we've seen on day number 1 of the league play itself, if you remember, or just the one-man squad who was able to pin down the opponents not only once, but I think he was, it was a 1v3 sort of a situation where he was able to bring down the favor of the placement points for his team, all by himself. So definitely player who needs to be spoken about from the side of Quantum. But on the other front, when it comes down to the side of QWERTY, as we push on through, this is a conversation that we've been having since the past 3-4 days when it comes to the entirety of the league. Well, Khan, Wolverine, they're slowly holding or trying to hold the fort. Gravity, we're still waiting to see the kind of playstyle that he has, and Wolverine, Destroyer, slow progress is what we can indicate definitely from the side of QWERTY. But overall, it is going to be working for them, because they find themselves on that 8th position with 34 points, but they need to keep on that consistent play if they want to be in that top 8 to top 10 position.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll have to see if they can make it happen. Right now, it's that slow start we talked about, with most of the teams already in the circle. Not as much action as we necessarily saw in our first few games yesterday, but that's okay. As long as that action ends up coming in a couple of minutes when the teams do end up trying to rotate onto the next circle, I'll take it. As long as it doesn't end up being a purely slow game, because that's not really the identity of Pakistan, you know.
That is very true, mate. And talking about those early skirmishes and first blood situations, I'm looking at the map, and I can see that FS Freestyle have decided to have a 2-man split situation where 2 of their players are very close to R3G. So we can maybe anticipate a little bit of a fight back from that side, or maybe not. I mean, it's only 8 minutes into the game, and of course all 64 players are still surviving. And as we look onto the mini map, or the main map altogether itself, we can clearly see that the teams are still very much far apart, trying to maintain the distance as we can see, but not for long, because the zone is going to be constructing, and that is when these teams are going to be forced to make that rotation. As we can see from the Eastern Front, Team QWERTY already finding themselves at the edge of the blues, and same can be said for 4v TFT.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll have to see if that eastern edge does end up becoming a battleground. Doesn't seem like it at the moment, because as you can see, most of it is unoccupied, so the teams, when they do end up rotating, should be able to comfortably settle into their positions. But Black, one of the prominent players from Freestyle, Vasi as well, you can see Vasi especially, just 18 years of age, but is one of the more explosive players from Freestyle overall. 4.3k damage already done, so clearly a player to watch out for.
Most certainly. I mean, this is something that Fixes has spoken about quite a lot as well. When it comes down to the skill level that Vasi has been able to add to the side of Freestyle has been a boon, definitely, for the entirety of the team. Because, I mean, you've got Malik, you've got Tyrant, who always try and retaliate and always try and push on forth with the aggressive stance. But then you've got Vasi stepping into the shoes and also providing that sort of a cover and support that itself becomes very, very synergistic and crucial for the team. Because FS, we know that it's an aggressive team, and you need to have a player like Vasi to be able to hold down that sort of a fort, even if it comes down to all to himself with just a one-man army. And as we move on through to the one-man army, I mean, Voltrix, the dude from Regicide, we've seen him again and again in so many different tournaments. I mean, he has been so very phenomenal in the past, but this time around in Regicide, I don't know if it's the synergistic play, because I mean, I've seen Voltrix and Sane joining these guys play together, but something is amiss definitely from Regicide. Not entirely sure what, but that is the main reason why we're not looking, or rather having to see Regicide in the top 8 to the top 10 itself.
Something is most definitely amiss. Maybe it will be corrected, but we're seeing that zone shift again, as we saw on the map. Again, a centralized shift, quite standard in many ways. Most of the teams already in it. The only few teams that aren't are QWERTY, Quantum Rage, and 4v TFD. Team Grounders as well, actually, towards the southwestern area. And then MetershotxSKY seem to just not want to leave Nova Ripnoy. They're just like, yeah, we're kind of comfortable here, guys. Can we not? Can you guys shift the zone, please?
See, they do this all the time, every single time. They wait for the other teams to take on the fights to the face of each other, and they just slowly sneak past them and try and get the better half of the latter part of the game altogether. But this moment right here, Magnus Esports' Cairo with Mom2's cover is going to try and take on the side of Team TUF. But will this be enough? Because again, Team TUF, they have a lot of nades parade. Oh, whoa, Edgar. Dude, you just threw a nade through the window and then walk in through the door. What exactly is going on in your brain, mate?
Well, I think what he really wants to make happen is some aggressive plays to get his team started, and it seems like the victims of that will end up being TUF. Abdullah and Thor caught in a corner, nades cooked in the hands of both these players, but Thor, he throws it in the wrong direction, and Mom2 has the wrong room. Still does a small chunk of damage to Abdullah. He's waiting for the backup to come in. Mom2 will end up going for the charge, and he finds Abdullah instantly. His teammate finds Thor, and just like that, 2 key members of TUF, they're evaporated.
Wow, what a perfect play and control of that spray being showcased from the side of Magnus, and they have not lost a single player in that fight. With that, TUF, with the one final player that's going to be Virus, 52x Rage's Zen with the Scarl is definitely holding on that line and will definitely not allow the side of Virus from TUF to be able to move away from that position. And of course, Magnus, compound that they have for themselves is also going to be under contestation, because 52x from far away are taking on some crazy shots, but they better be careful, because behind them from the western front is going to be Clarity making a rotation. And there we have it, far in the distance, Clarity coming into view into the process of 52x Rage.
Now 52x Rage under a bunch of trouble, but on the other side, similarly Star, they've got their eyes on Magnus. They probably heard the fight happening, will try to move in, but it's quite an interesting split they've got themselves in. 3-1. Got Fury potentially going for the flank, but instead he's going to have to come back his teammates up, because they've taken a chunk of damage, but they've returned that damage as well. Blotted. Adil, knocked down by Team Star, is now under a lot of pressure as he looks to get back to his teammates for the revive. The nade thrown just so they can catch a map. It won't, but that does mean that they get knowledge of that area not being close enough. That nade does end up actually finishing off a deal, and just like that, Magnus most likely to be finished off as well over here, Blotter.
Definitely not looking too much in control, because Team Star, they have this fight absolutely wound against the players of Magnus, and they're trying their all to try and maintain that sort of a compound and composure in terms of this fight. But of course, Team Star, they're all over the place, bringing in so many nade parades and taking on the fights and pushing on alongside the nades itself is making things very, very difficult. And in the back, we can see QWERTY pushing onto the compound of Respect, but it seems like Respect got the better half of that fight. So Magnus is now one up, because Star are gonna have to battle this out all by themselves. But well, I was talking about that. It seems like Cairo, from the nade parade being showcased from the side of Team Star, has gotten a little bit of a knock. But Mom2, well, for now they're not even going to try and get that revival, and Team Star were waiting for this opportunity, and here they go, pushing on along, trying to take on the fight. But one final player from the side of Magnus, who was in this compound, will try to hold, but will not be allowed to do so. In just a matter of 30 seconds, the entirety of the team has been eliminated. I mean, Magnus, they definitely tried, but Team Star, you have to admit, this is something that is a different Team Star that we're looking at compared to League plays. This team pushed on against the players of QWERTY as well in the previous game, where they had just taken a knock and just completely pushed on as soon as the revival was given against the players of QWERTY, and within a matter of 30 to 50 seconds, absolutely annihilated QWERTY Esports. So you got to be careful about Team Star when they make that sort of a synergistic push, because they are very well determined to take their opponents down every single time.
100%. They're quite decisive in their nature to be able to make it happen. But right now, I think what we will want to see from them is to continue this into the rest of the match. I have lost one player in Fury, but that's okay. Still that 3-man squad available at the loss of an entire team for Magnus. So that's a worth it trade for sure. But right now, Regicide looking to capitalize on their losses, on that numbers disadvantage, and move in real quick. Now for Regicide, it hasn't been the greatest of starts in the Super Weekend in day 1. They are looking to correct it here in day 2, and looking to find this fight to kickstart their momentum in this second day. Meanwhile, Ash seems to have got a fight over MetershotxSKY. If we were saying on the other side, MetershotxSKY and 4VTFD actually engaged. But back to this screen right now as Johnny tries to move in. His path though is engulfed by flames, just not finding a route in, and Star just holding on for dear life, but they're surrounded by all sides.
Absolutely, and I was just looking at the kill feed where TFD have definitely put a full stop to the push that was being showcased, but never mind that, because right now it is Regicide's play, and the Regicide have made a push against the compound, and it seems like Team Star will definitely not be able to retaliate, where it is a one-man squad, which is going to be Yazid against the player of that Magnus, but not going to be allowed. Definitely not going to be allowed. And not Magnus, sorry, Team Star also taking a wonderful play right here, where we are down to 12 teams. I mean, a chaotic fight from one to the next is being showcased in this lobby as of now.
Absolutely. And this chaotic fight seems to be continuing on with 4VTFD ready to go on QWERTY. Regicide has been eliminated actually, so Team Star really stepping up to the mark, picking up 2 squad buys effectively for themselves, while QWERTY are now looking to bounce back onto 4VTFD. A shot in the face, Gravity shuts down Leon OP, and just like that, 4VTFD will get out of this lobby. QWERTY able to hold on, I believe, to all of their members. Yeah, not a single player eliminated from QWERTY will mean that that was a brilliant fight for them.
That definitely was a brilliant fight. It got a bit too close in terms of the way the health was depleting from the side of QWERTY's players, but overall, they definitely got the elimination points. So GG play being showcased to their side, definitely. But on the other front, from the side of FMxR3D, not looking too good, because there's going to be Quantum Rage's JD pushing on against the positioning of FM, where they have been caught out in the open. JD, along with that rock cover, is definitely looking that much more decisive in terms of the way he's able to control the fight, along with his teammate, given that cover and a flank from the other side. But it seems like Hassan OP has different things in mind, with the UMP completely pushing on through in the open, and JD bids adieu to this lobby. With that, Hassan OP will have a little bit of a breather as he tries to get his teammate revived, and the Quantum Rage's player is going to have to hold on that fort all by himself, because his teammate JD has been eliminated, and that is definitely going to be a sign of relief, because the teammate is going to be revived, and in doing so the numbers advantage will still push on through. But as we move on from the numbers advantage, we still do have SALTxi8 who are part of this fight, who are part of the lobby, and right next to their vicinity in the compound is going to be 3x pushing alongside their position. So let's see between SALTxi8 and 3x who gets the better half or the better part of the pie.
Ooh, FMxR3D putting a lot of pressure onto Quantum Rage though, Blotter. Many fights going on, many a skirmish across the map right now as QWERTY with H2E, from what we can see on the kill feed at least. But it does seem like all of these fights are to one end. Teams trying to get some better ground in this circle right now. It's quite an open circle, so the high ground is quite valuable.
Absolutely, and with that, when it comes to the zone itself, finally we do have the side of Freestyle making an entry from the southeastern front. But with that, 3x, as we were just talking about it, against the compound of SALTxi8, it seems like SALTxi8 are very much in control, where they have been able to give a little bit of a blow, and this perfectly cooked nade from the side of Blade, will it be able to connect? And it does give a little bit of damage, but he also takes some damage in return as well. So 3x, the way they are approaching this situation is definitely commendable, because Kaizen has taken care of that rightward flank, where Crypto, even though no matter how he tries, will not be able to flank, and Miracle, from that small little gap that he was able to find amongst the smoke itself, bringing in a sprayed control and dominating against Blade. This is the push that 3x, probably the time that 3x Ogre were waiting for.
Yeah, exactly, and now you can see with the way 3x have been positioned, SALTxi8 are under a lot of pressure. Their players all separated. Blade unlikely to get back to his teammates to get that revive on, but he's still just holding on. Not finished just yet, but just as I say that, Ali will find him and turn him out.
Wow.
But Crypto using that little bit of information to knock perfectly cooked nade into his laps and shut him down. Kaizen lapping on the pressure right now onto this team as 3x have decided to just step it up. SALTxi8, they're going in for the kill, despite the fact that they've got the numbers disadvantage. Will not win the fights, and SALTxi8 paying for such an aggressive decision. 3x punish them hard.
They definitely do. With Crypto and Ghost, the only two players surviving out in the open. Ghost pushing on along, will be definitely able to bring down Cronus as well as his teammate pushing on. Ghost is definitely putting an end to this fight, and all by his lonesome, he has been able to eliminate the competition in the name of 3x, with two players still surviving. SALTxi8 is not yet done, mate. 10 teams surviving. Crypto and Ghost from the side of SALTxi8 definitely pushing on through all by their lonesome. 9 teams surviving. Team QWERTY pushing on through, and as far as the numbers advantage is concerned, Team QWERTY have all 4 players still surviving.
Look, FMxR3D, they're almost in the middle of the circle, looking across every angle to find teams that are trying to sneak in and shut them down. They spotted out someone towards that southern side, but not willing to reveal their position just yet. But it's not like FMxR3D have the greatest of positions either. They've got the high ground, yes, but it's quite open, so can be rushed in any moment. But talking about being rushed in, Clarity right now feeling the pressure as Freestyle do exactly that. Zabian is most likely to get finished. This 420 boy looks to give him some backup, but will not end up happening. Zabian is eliminated, and it seems like, I believe 420 boy will be the last hope for Clarity in this lobby. Trying to shut down Tyrant, lands a couple of shots, but not enough. Tyrant able to get out and find cover.
Well, for now they will, but again, FS have to get into the comfort of the zone, and they've already been caught, and that means the other parties, well, there we go, third party, Shaftar coming in from the side of the grounders, is definitely going to try and bring that elimination point to himself. He's been able to get a knock confirmed against FS's Malik, but now, as we were just talking about it, Malik, how far is the side of FS going to be able to get into the zone? Because as you can see in the minimap, I mean, that yellow team is nowhere to be seen. They're kind of far out and in the open, and there are so many teams waiting for them to try and make a push through that smoke as well. Of course, the bullets are not going to be stopped, and Hassan OP getting the better half of this, but looks like in the kill feed, 420 boy got those kills eliminated for his team. So 420 boy stealing the kill away from Hassan OP from R3D.
And look at this, FMxR3D. They look like the team in the best spot to try and pick up the winner chicken dinner. But it will all depend on this next circle shift. If it ends up going towards a team like 52x Rage, for example, then suddenly FMxR3D will most certainly be in a lot of trouble. But for now, just trying to gatekeep on that northern front. We end up looking at a replay. I believe this is Ash going on for a joyride and finding 2 along the way. Okay, Ash. Wrong game, I think. But okay, I'll take it.
do just a sliver of HP is what he had, and still being able to just push on and get those elimination points. Absolutely phenomenal play from MetershotxSKY. Once again, I mean, that is what it takes to be on top, and with that, it is back to square where it was Team QWERTY taking on the fight, but it seems like they will just completely stop SALTxi8 in their tracks from the looks of it, and Team QWERTY with the 4 numbers advantage going to be pushing on to take on the fight head on against the players. But with that, Quantum Rage's SALTxi8, the one final player surviving, is being very, very cheeky. But if you look on the minimap, they are out of the zone. So can be the same, or so is the case for Team QWERTY. But FMxR3D, this is their moment to shine. Everything working for them. 6 elimination points already confirmed. They've got the control. They've got the information. Just get that chicken dinner. Make it happen.
FMxR3D, they most certainly will look to make it happen, because look at this. They've got their foot in multiple pies. I just wonder if they're spread too thin. They've got one player in the circle, a couple of players trying to gatekeep, and yes, it is the most lucrative of positions because you get to gatekeep while getting yourself a spot in that circle. But if any of your players is isolated, if any of your players is caught out, then suddenly you end up being in that sticky spot. Well, QWERTY gets the pressure from Anubis. They've got a couple more players towards the eastern front holding on. They're engaging on a fight on multiple fronts with Quantum Rage, with Clarity, with QWERTY. But it seems like they're winning them all, Blotter.
They definitely are. They're just absolutely in control of the entirety of where the fight is going to be portrayed, and that is something that is required for the side of FM as well. On the other front, the Grounders, 4 players still surviving with 0 elimination points to their side. Numbers advantage definitely working in this team's favor. We've seen them take on aggressive stances as well, but can they do so now with the warmed up FMxR3D? Will the Grounders' numbers advantage be able to stop FMxR3D's position and the way that they're able to get the momentum rolling in this team's favor? Team Stars Hunk, the one-man squad, is going to be finding himself in a very tricky position between the two teams, and back in the end, Ali is going to be Quantum Rage's SALTxi8 all by himself as well.
Yeah, and look at this Hunk just trying to hold on for dear life. He wants as many points for his team as they can spare. I mean, to be fair, they've taken a fair share of fights. 2 squads wiped, I believe, by Star themselves. So right now, I think placement points is all they have on their mind, and maybe a couple of third parties while they're at it. Having said that though, Finisher will end up finishing Quantum Rage's final player right there, leaving us with just 4 squads on the board. We've got Team Grounders, we've got FMxR3D, 52x Rage, and then finally Team Star with just that single player in Hunk. Now Hunk, he's trying to create that smoke cover so he can move on forward, but has not got many an option, but should be able to hear those fights right now engaging between 52x Rage and FMxR3D. They found one knock, potentially even a second, as ooh, another player taken quite low. It's actually Team Grounders piling on the damage. So 52x Rage feeling that pressure from 2 fronts. They can't move left, they can't go straight, and if they go back, the blue zone will bite them, so they're stuck.
They're stuck big time. There's nothing that they can do right now because the Grounders, they have their crosshairs set up. They're not going to allow that team to move away. Along with the fact that they don't have any elimination points, the Grounders, with the information that they've been able to retain, will definitely keep their crosshairs pinned on down towards the positioning of 2x Rage. But in the back alley, this is something that the Grounders are going to have to be careful of, because FMxR3D are also wanting to make a mark. They've already got 11 elimination points. They've got the information on 52x Rage as well, and they could very well be the ones who would be maybe stealing the kills away from the Grounders. And well, Jigsaw going down, caught out in the open, trying to be a bit too cheeky, try and get the advantage of the hill going against him, and 52x Rage are going to be able to get that elimination point. Still, 4 teams surviving, 11 players in total. FMxR3D, a very, very good game being showcased from their side with the elimination points. 52x Rage are stuck in a little bit of an oopsie, but they're still holding on steady. I mean, they just got Jigsaw eliminated, so that means another elimination point confirmed for his side. And it seems like now it is time for them to just push on out in the open, and that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Oh, and it seems like they will land that spray as well. Hassan OP will down 52x Rage is Pharaoh right here, leaving Faster and Daku in a perilous situation with the nades coming in from Team Grounders as well. Right now, it seems to be a pact made between Team Grounders and FMxR3D to finish off 52x Rage, and they will get that. But FMxR3D be like, oh no, we've got our eyes on every single team. Exactly. They finished off Hunk. They're looking at Team Grounders now. FMxR3D pushing in for the win, but they get caught out.
Well, it is Grounders who are trying to bring in that third-party situation along with the one final player, Daku, from the side of 52X Rage, who wants to be able to retaliate against the kill that was showcased from the side of FMxR3D. But right now, Daku all by his lonesome is holding on the fort for as long as he can, but he's at the edge of the zone, so he's going to have to be really careful on the other front. For the side of 52, for the side of FMxR3D, my apologies there, we do have Anubis and Pika just slowly, surely bringing in that chicken dinner for themselves, and there we have it. The team walking away with an amazing performance. I mean, just absolutely incredible, unexpected performance coming in from the side of FMxR3D with, again, I mean, they were sitting on the 11th position with 31 points, with a chicken dinner 15 points, along with a high frag in game. This is going to be boosting them up all the way into the top 5 easily.
Actually, if you're sure about the fact that they were sitting in 31 points, I'd like to tell you that I believe they've got exactly that many points in this one game itself.
Wow.
16 eliminations plus the 15 from the chicken dinner means they've most likely doubled their tally. I'm not sure if they were on 31.
Yeah, they were. I've got the stats right in front of me right before this game.
Oh my god, then.
They were
that's the strength of one good chicken dinner, right? You instantly double yourself.
True, very, very true indeed. And this game was written for them. I mean, absolutely, definitely a good intention game for their side, and they have capitalized upon it. That is what was required, and that is what they have achieved. Finding themselves on the third spot in the overall ranking. GG controlled play from the side of FMxR3D.
Yeah, GG indeed. They played that very, very well, and I'm excited to see if they can continue that momentum going on forward today, because it's a team we talked about, a team of those three teams between SALTxi8, QWERTY, and FMxR3D coming in from PMPL South Asia. So clearly a titan to look out for, but from league stage as well as from day one of the Super Weekend, never really saw that level of form come up. But you can see sometimes when a Lady Lock helps them out a little bit, they take it, grab it with an iron fist, and capitalize on it to the maximum extent. Really a clinical, flawless game coming in from FMxR3D, getting that 31 points on board. The points that they accumulated in that entire day one, they get in the first match of day two. And this is why we call day two the day of comebacks, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what a performance.
Absolutely, it was so very much required as well from the side of FMX, and they have delivered it in style as the day starts off. Now let's just hope they keep on this sort of a momentum and keep the ball rolling to find themselves in the top 5 position, as they are looking pretty comfortable right now. But with that, we'll continue the conversation on 4th. But before we do so, we're going to go on a short little break. Viewers, stick around, we're going to be right back.
Go! It's your chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
Well, see, I mean, yeah, it was quite an interesting matchup there. I mean, I really was taking a look at it and felt like the property rates on that one Gatka compound had just touched the roof, or there is a slight possibility that it was broken off as well.
Yeah, I really think that little bit, the small factors are really going to play a large role in the rest of today as well, because of course this was just match 1. But talking about match 1, our MVP is going to be Pekar. 8 eliminations, out of which 7 were his own knocks, and 1k plus damage. Clearly has had the right, I was going to say breakfast, but I guess in this context, right dinner before he came for play today.
Or maybe he was just too hungry. He was just too hungry, wanted to have the piece of that chunky leg, got it, and yeah, 8 elimination clearly justifies. Now, this is really good from FMR3D that we really witnessed today, right? Because they did everything right what they were doing wrong the past time out. But as we take a look at the top players, see, of course, you know, Crypto did have his fair share of limelight today. Yeah, that one little fight against 3x got really up close and personal, but Coast, oh my goodness, I mean, that one little clutch that he pulled off when he just transferred his spray, just proning down, oh, that was so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, exactly, it was absolutely phenomenal. I think really that fight could have meant a lot of different things if maybe Blade and Wisdom hadn't been caught out, you know. So for Crypt and Ghost, they did end up pulling it around. But imagine that situation, if the entire squad was alive, it could have been something completely different. And I think that's something the SALTxi8 will be rowing. But talking about our last few teams over here in FMxR3D and 52X Rage. 52X Rage, they were just trying to survive for dear life. They were stuck in an impossible situation, Fixes.
I mean, yes, they were. There was. You've got to feel bad for them, right? They had nowhere to go really, and yeah, it came down to just this one game. It's all right, you know, they're gonna recover the next time around. But taking a look at the match summary, you know, Pika has done such an amazing job. The way he's been playing, and especially in this particular game, this is like we've discussed here, right? This is exactly what FMR3D needed. And yesterday we saw them making those really hasty pushes where it was not needed at all. But this time they managed to fix overall those mistakes that they had committed in day number 1 and have seen things through. But as we take a look at the match rankings, I'm really happy how teams like Star, 52 Rage and QWERTY have stepped up in this one. You know, QWERTY being the ones not really getting enough position points, but boy oh boy, the kills that they accumulated for themselves really helped them to propel up to the 4th spot in this particular game.
10 elimination points for QWERTY, that they just nailed it right on with their fights, and we saw quite a few of them. I'm sure we'll get to see a couple of them in the Oppo moments as well. But really, as you said, I'm really glad looking at these teams who didn't necessarily have the greatest of days yesterday, almost bouncing back today. But some teams that aren't able to make it happen still Fixes are teams like Regicide. Get one of the first teams that had been eliminated, and really still not able to find the form that they found on day 1 of that league stage, and you have to wonder what's gone wrong.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it all comes down to how they've been executing, right? They've not been feeling themselves, and today's just the start, right? We still have a few more couple of games to go, and they're sure to recover from that. But you know, as we sort of move along, I think in this particular matchup that we did see, we saw so much fights happening around that one Gatka compound, right? One after the other and the other just happening around, as we sort of take a look at FMR3D's part to the circle and how they've managed to do so. So of course, dropping off at Rozok, you could clearly see they knew that the circle's gonna be somewhere around that Gatka area, and just when they got that information, they managed to take control over the compound just to the eastern Gatka compound, just beside the trenches, as they were there for quite a bit of time and waited for it to shrink. And once it did, they knew they had to make their next movement. They knew that this is going to be an open circle where it's going to be so important for them to sort of keep hold of that high ground, and that they did, which sort of helped them in getting that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, exactly. The high ground advantage that they had, even though the area they were in was still quite open, the fact that they just had that area to engage on multiple fronts at the same time, even as they moved into the next circle, gave them access to many a fight at the same time. They were able to continuously put pressure on all of the remaining teams, never allowed them to really engage on a fight on their own terms, and really dictated the tempo across the entire end part of this lobby because of the high ground advantage. And very, very well done in that regard, particularly by players like Anubis, I think, with those 8 eliminations. Really turning up today. Sorry, Picard, I believe, with those 8 eliminations, really turning up today and showing us that, again, what we expected, what we saw yesterday and what we expected from today seems to be reality. There isn't going to be a bit of that one-sided affair that we might have seen in the league stages. Super Weekend, at least the first Super Weekend, is just all wide open.
Yeah, I mean, considering how things have been panning out, Quantum Rage, again, they sort of were really consistent in terms of the position points. They did lose out on their players early on, so that really did not help the cause. But yeah, like you said, see, I completely agree with you. It's still the first game. It's still those early phases of the evening that we have. Quantum Rage have managed to maintain themselves a really good spot, but these are the fights that I was really talking about, right? Every single one of them hunkering down on these areas. But yeah, likewise, MetershotxSKY, they made some really nasty movements out there. But I think they still felt they could have done better in that situation. And this is where, Regicide did come in, thinking that, they could third party and get the better out of Star. But it was Star who really impressed us today. And as we talk about SALTxi8, they're definitely looking to recover. I would still say it's not the best of their performance, but yeah, slowly but surely they're getting there.
Yeah, it's just one small error or two that kind of inhibits them in those few matches. But as you said, it seems to be an upward climb so far. We'll have to see if it does end up continuing. But I do agree. I think Star genuinely did end up impressing me with their ability to hold on despite their number disadvantage. They played it like we expected to be played, making sure that they've got each other's back, playing off the contact of one player, ensuring that they take those fights together and just playing it beautifully. We're talking about doing something beautifully. I think FMxR3D picked their fights in these final circles very well. They allowed Team Grounders to keep fighting as long as the damage was there on 52x Rage, but the moment they sensed a bit of weakness in Team Grounders themselves, they pounced, they leaped, and they took control.
I mean, of course they did, right? Considering how the situation was, we could clearly see that 52x Rage, they were stuck in a really bad spot, right? And the other teams, talk about the Grounders, FMR3D, they all were enjoying that little bit of a high ground advantage that they had. Now, for FMR3D, it was very important to be very patient in that little scenario there, right? They were hoping that, Grounders and 52x Rage battle it out amongst each other, which eventually did happen. And all they had to do was just go and collect the spoils of the war, and which they did, right? Daku was the last final member surviving. He did whatever he could to do in that particular situation, but let's be honest, that was not just enough. Now, Quantum Rage making a few changes in their personnel. We could see Sheshi being bought up, and not the kind of a reflection in terms of kills or the kind of domination we had from their side. But FMR3D, boy oh boy, 2700 points of damage. Now that's really huge. Clarity, well, for a moment they were looking good, but having their players split out, they could not keep themselves up. I think they went up against Freestyle, and 420 boy could not do much over there in that situation once his teammate was caught.
Yeah, exactly. And I think what really did end up meaning is that, again, Clarity, despite looking like they're in a decent situation, just don't seem to find themselves in with the favor of the draw, and they keep getting themselves caught in these unsavory moments where they're in the midst of multiple teams and they're ending up just quite spread out in that regard. I think I want to see Clarity go back to that style where they're much more focused on the rotations than picking those mid-map fights, mid-lobby fights. But taking a look at our overall rankings, FMxR3D, one winner chicken dinner, and like Blot and I were talking about, they had 31 points at the end of day 1. They've got exactly double now with the end of match 1 here in day 2. They double their tally, and because of that, they've got themselves in that number 3 spot already.
Already taken over MetershotxSKY Esports over there.
Yeah.
No, I was really surprised. But I think one more good game and they would be able to topple over H2E as well. But Quantum Race, they're still holding the grounds, right? This particular game not really healthy in terms of the kills that they accumulated for themselves. But in terms of position points, I think they ended up 4th. So quite decent, I must say, if not the best. But as long as you keep the points rolling, you're doing good. But we could see quite a lot of teams. There's a huge midfield battle going on, right from the second spot till 8th or maybe 9th, because one little chicken dinner and then you're just going up to the top 2 or top 3, right? But as we take a look at the bottom half of the table, here we can see well, the surprising bunch has to be Regicide, right? Whatever they're trying to put on the table, I think their go-to approach had been, in this particular game, capitalize on those situations, which, well, they wanted to, but it seemed like Team Star was so much well prepared. 4VTFT and Magnus, well, what a fall they've had, right? Especially Magnus from League days to the Super Weekend. The journey, the transition has definitely not been comfortable. The same can be said for Team TUF, who've been sort of invisible, right? We haven't seen a lot out of them this time also, getting eliminated pretty early on. So clearly a lot of things to work upon, and 3x Esports, CA. I think, well, it's just high time that they need to get back to their senses, right? It's already 6 games that you've played. You've got to put your best foot forward. We haven't really seen that 3x Esports. I think it was just on that one occasion, if I'm not wrong, where 3x managed to grab a chicken dinner at the penultimate game of the league stages that they had. But barring that, CA, there was nothing really impressive to talk about this team.
Yeah, exactly. It does seem quite average overall, but maybe today is the day they will be able to come back, and I'm hoping that Miramar will be able to ignite the fuel in many teams, really. As you can see, match 7 for us in this Super Weekend 1 Day 2 is going to be Miramar. I think one of those teams that I would like to mention again, Fixes, is Regicide. Day 1 of league stage, they picked up 2 chicken dinners on the 2 Miramars. Did seem like one of their more comfortable maps. And coming into this Super Weekend, they are a team that is languishing at the bottom of the table. So if there is a map to kickstart your comeback, it has to be Miramar.
Oh yeah, I mean, no question that they're still in contention, right? Look at the map chance, but surely the statistics do favor Freestyle, who have been the more consistent bunch, along with MetershotxSKY and TmwEsports. Now, this sort of takes us down to a little bit of a kerfuffle building up between Team QWERTY over there at San Martin. I think the team against them was, if I'm not wrong, I think was 4VTFT or 52x-Ray, someone amongst the two. And it's going to be really important as to how they're going to deal with that, or rather how well prepared they are for that particular scenario. But apart from that, you know, we've got to see how the circle really pans out, because clearly this is one of those games that yesterday we saw, you know, team Freestyle. I mean, the way they kind of capitalize on that Hacienda del Patron compound and did not let even a single body pass, and eventually went on to win the chicken dinner. I think it could be repetitive today as well, because they're one of the teams that are looking really set. They're looking really stable. Let's see what they have to offer today.
Yeah, we'll have to see. As you said, I think Freestyle #1 from our league stage coming in yesterday as well. They had a bit of a rocky start, but they were able to correct it immediately with that chicken dinner coming in from that compound control they had in Hacienda del Patron. And then it just looked nice and easy for them. Cruise control really for the rest. But still, I don't think they're in a position they will be happy with. I probably got used to that #1 slot, so they'll be hunting for that once again. But really, I think at the end of day 3, the team that ends up in that #1 slot is going to be a team that is the most consistent. So as long as Freestyle is able to show that consistency, they know that they'll be able to get it in the bag.
Oh yeah, I think they certainly do have a feeling in their guts that they can pull it off. But ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna be heading in as we take a look at all these players, you know, just setting things up before the match gets started. And here we go. The flight path trajectory will be on our screens just in a wee while, as this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna be heading all the way from down south towards up top. And we'll find out who gets the winner chicken dinner. In the meanwhile, do let us know what your predictions are. But from what we can see, I mean, from Minas del Sur towards Torre Amuda, one of those flight path trajectories that the players will be happy with. This is not concerning for them. A lot of them, the majority numbers, will be getting down easily to their drop location. If a team wants to get down at El Azahar, then that could be a different story altogether. But for now, I think the fight at San Martin, was it the Grounders against QWERTY? Because this certainly was one team, considering the fact that 52x Rage and 4VTFT have taken a drop already. I think I'm going to be anticipating the Grounders to be the ones trying to contest it in San Martin.
that was what we saw yesterday. I believe Destroyer really stepped up to the mark. So maybe we see that contestation again. Does certainly look like it. I think QWERTY's banner is currently hiding Team Grounder's banner, if I'm not mistaken, because the other blue team, it's H2E. I see them going towards La Cobreria, but ooh la la, we've got a spicy circle right here, southeast. But yes, like we're talking about once again, it's that San Martin drop contestation between QWERTY and Team Grounders. Now, yesterday we saw Destroyer stepping up to the mark and shutting them down, and so Team Grounders, they're going to have revenge to be served right here. Let's see if they can get it done, or Destroyer is able to make it 2 out of 2.
Well, I mean, he got the entire squad yesterday. It was definitely not a 1v4 though. It was still 4 players alive for QWERTY. But right now, I think the near collision that we can expect is Wolverine going up against Mr. Black. I'm pretty sure Mr. Black has gotten the sound cues, but his movement has been pretty much limited, considering the advertisement building that we have is, is the home for 3 of QWERTY's players. Now, they've taken over the prime compound. They're making sure that they provide that cover fire going in for Wolverine, but I really like how the Grounders are positioned themselves, right? They're gonna get the better loot over here, and if QWERTY decide to go in for a push, there are still players who are on the flank angles who can really help in dishing out a lot of damage and preferably get a few knocks here and there. But this is what I was talking about, right? Mr. Black barely does have any room and space to move, because the moment he does that, he's gonna get spotted out.
Yeah, exactly. So Mr. Black is going to have to play it very, very safe, very, very careful. And he seems to be doing that so far quite well. But it is giving quite a bit of time to not just QWERTY, but his Mr. Black's teammates as well. Sensi, Jigsaw, Shapatar, quite spread out. You can see each with a building to themselves. So in terms of loot, I do think Team Grounders are most likely going to have the better end of the draw right here. While Mr. Black, he's just serving as scout, telling them all the information they need so that once they're able to grab their ideal loot, once they're able to get themselves into a comfortable spot, they're able to push in aggressively and take revenge on Team QWERTY.
Oh yeah, but this is gonna take a while right now. I think the Grounders know exactly what they're coming in for. They know it's QWERTY right against them, stacked up. So they've got to be very careful. They've got to play their cards exactly right. But what we can see from the Grounders is they're backing off a little bit, making sure that they get the better loot. Because QWERTY, they're sort of in a very cemented position. They do not have enough room and space to move around. And now, as long as the Grounders are getting a lot of those spaces in for themselves, I think the moment QWERTY try to step out of that particular building, number one is that they will be having very limited loot, and number two, they are completely oblivious about where the players of the Grounders are, which will make things even more difficult for them. But as we take a look at the elimination leaders out here, CA, no huge changes being made. Of course, Pika making it up to the 3rd spot over here. Wasi and Sirius still holding down to the 1st and 2nd position. But now, considering how this circle has been, right, we are going to be witnessing a lot of traffic around that northern and the northwestern region. Now, the ideal approach here, CA, would be taking that longer route all the way down south and making your way towards the eastern side.
Exactly, and we'll have to see if that ideal approach does end up working out. But back to this bit of a Mexican standoff situation that we've got between Team Grounders and Team QWERTY, neither willing to make that first move. But it is Grounders who are covering a lot more ground at the moment. Now, Mr. Black is able to give away a lot of information to his team. You can see Shapatar looking for Wolverine on the basis of that information potentially. But so far, not going to get peek just yet. But the minute Wolverine's head is spotted through one of those windows, surely it goes pop.
I mean, right now they're not going to risk their chances because it's stealth on which they're banking upon. And you're not supposed to knock a person unless and until you know that you can initiate the fight and get the kill subsequently. But now, well, we've got to see Mr. Black. How does he make his movements. He's so limited. Look at him. This poor lad does not even have a backpack. You know, forget about first aids, forget about anything else at all. So the only player who is kind of pretty limited in terms of his loot over there, he's got to do something, right? He's got to make some movement, because now the next objective for both Grounders and QWERTY is sort of to try and disengage from this particular situation over here. But look at Freestyle. I mean, they're literally having the most control over the map right now. They have gotten that epicenter secured for themselves. The early collision, if we can expect, will be between SALTxi8 if SALTxi8 decide to take the fight right at Freestyle.
Yeah, exactly. And I really want to see SALTxi8 try to capitalize on the benefit that their circle has given them, not just with those fights, but with the placements as well, because I think for this team, it has continuously been one or the other falling apart. This is their opportunity to make both of them work and make it happen. But back to the standoff right now between Team Grounders and Team QWERTY. You can see QWERTY as well. They've started to spread themselves out. Two of their players have actually left San Martin. And suddenly, this will create quite the pressure for the remaining two players, because the way they played could be instrumental now. For TUF, one of their players, Virus, got caught by Clarity, and it seems the call has been made. Cut the losses, abandon Virus, and just clean the system as they all just run away from this area, granting that easy first blood to 420 boy.
Yeah. I mean, they did not really even have to break a sweat over there. But for now, TUF, of course, haven't really been the most impressive team. Haven't really made any such plays that we can talk big about them. They're still yet to make a mark for themselves. Right now, TUF is one of those teams that we have seen in previous renditions whenever we cast any tournament in Pakistan. One of the OG squads, you can call them out, but clearly haven't really reciprocated accordingly. But now we do have a little bit of a kerfuffle between Team Star and Team Freestyle. Now Honk is going to make sure that he plays his cards right over here.
Star, they were in a bit of a precarious situation. Even in our last match, they played that beautifully. But oh no, it seems like Lady Luck has left them right there. Timing right there for Honky. If it continued, he could have actually caught out that Freestyle player. Instead, he gets shot down now. Tyrant is taken down quite low, but he's trying to hold on for dear life as Emerge will try to push him and take him down. Hunk still not eliminated, but God Fury has been knocked out and eliminated as well, just like that. Freestyle capitalizing on this fight, looking to finish off Star once and for all. And what a fight from Tyrant once again. That crouch was absolutely perfect. The moment he went prone, it felt like the end of fight for Star.
Oh, this is it. I mean, I'm done. Freestyle, the kind of resilience shown in by Tyrant, the way he was so patient, especially being on very low HP and still managing to just prone down and still get a second player, and the fact that Wasi came in, chimed in at the right moment, helping his teammate out, shows how complete a squad is for the boys from Freestyle. You know, they've got everything going in there, the communication 100%, the skills, the accuracy, everything on point, as a result of which, now Star, they've got to make a run for their life, but no, says Malik, as he will take him down on the 16th spot. Goes out Team Star, who've had a really good start to the evening today, and for now, the first airdrop falling down, it's going to be the Mark 14 with an 8-time scope. Now, this is all you could want in a game of Miramar over here. Well, I think seems like C is facing some issues, and he's going to be back soon as we take a look at the replay over here, as we do have Freestyle. I mean, again, this is what we were really talking about, right? Wasage is coming in at the right moment, and he made sure that the backup was on time, as a result of which they succeeded in getting the better out of Team Star.
Yeah, exactly. And really, we'll have to see. As we saw in the first match as well, teams really starting to get in dirty in the sandbox with the way the next few circles end up going. The early contestations were not as great as compared to the skirmishes that we saw with respect to those rotations in the mid part of the match towards that 15-minute mark especially. So right now teams focused on getting to the circle, and in that regard what is really interesting is I wonder if it ends up taking a southwestern shift, because if you look at the circle fixes, most of the teams right now are concentrated either to the northern part or the central part of the circle. Very few teams in that southwestern area, especially those isolated compounds all around the west part of Los Leones. I wonder if those could end up coming into play.
I mean, we would want to see that, but ideally, you know, this sort of a circle kind of tends to go a little bit towards the eastern side, just where crypto is, right, towards that hilly area. So SALTxi8, again, this is one of the zones that has really favored them. There has been long coming for them, and they have to capitalize. Now, like we said, like we discussed, right, we are sort of witnessing that heavy traffic coming in from that northern direction, and a lot of the eastern side are going to be also filled up with various squads, right? MetershotxSKY doing the job. If the same goes for FMxR3D, who find themselves just beside the players of Freestyle. But Quantum Rage in a little bit of a situation. Spark, he's moving along with the zone, along with the circle. The reason being why is the fact that Team QWERTY is right in front of them.
Yeah, so Quantum Rage is trying to potentially catch them off guard, but right now talking about catching him off guard, H2E and TG are in a fight, and exactly as you said, it fixes that eastern shift coming on board as SALTxi8 find themselves smack bang in the middle of it, while Clarity just to the south and MetershotxSKY coming in from the east to try and contest it. It's all down to SALTxi8 to make it happen. If they win one crucial fight in that area, surely they put themselves in a great position to find the chicken dinner.
But we do have another fight looming right in front of us, as Span is going to try and get the better out of Insane. As Dread, he's going to be spraying the whole freaking mag, but still not managing to deal a single point of damage. But Dread finally getting the better out of one more player from Regicide, as Hakar along with Assad comes in, as Regicide, like you said, CA, they're going to be cutting their losses. They've got to go back, and another very disappointing run for them, as only 2 of their players survive right now.
Yeah, exactly. Regicide just not able to find their groove, really find their mojo, because they're struggling quite a bit, and at this point they've just got to maximize their points from this bit of a losing situation of a map as it is right now. So they'll just try to survive for their life. But talking about surviving, Wasi, he's got himself in the middle of QWERTY, and they're just going to eliminate him real quick. Now the rest of his team, what is the call? I wonder, is it to get on out of there or to try and take revenge? Because I also spot Crypto from the high ground potentially in a position to third party all of this.
Oh yeah, he certainly will, and look at where he's looking at, right? He knows what he's got to do at this particular moment, and there you go. Just as when you said it, the boy has stepped up, and this is what all the fans from Pakistan were wanting out of Crypto, as Spark chimes in from the back lines. We just do not have 3 squads but 4 in the fray, and QWERTY, the moment they were kind of feeling happy about getting Wasi finished off over there, now they've got to look out at all possible sides, because now teams have started grouping upon, and Freestyle, they still somehow have managed to hold on to the 3 players that they have right now.
See, that's what I call a Trojan horse. When you see a free gift coming in towards you, you're like, hey, I got an elimination. And then suddenly, out of that elimination, 2 teams end up trying to third party, and you're like, wait, what? That's not fair, guys. I thought we were getting a gift, not vice versa. This is not cool. And that's what ends up happening with QWERTY, as it seems like they're all but almost done, as Spark will end up eliminating yet another player. Khan is the last player surviving from QWERTY, and he's an impossible spot, but did Shazzy not spot him out?
How? What? I mean, how on earth can you not spot out Khan? Oh, that is definitely gonna haunt him. Look at this shift. Now, nobody's safe. Even SALTxi8, by all means, they've got to make a run. But Johnny somehow getting the better out of Dread, getting some sweet revenge out there, but he's going to get at least one more knock and a finish following it up. Now, Magnus do realize that they have to travel a lot, so they are not supposed to be stopping over there. But for H2E, they will want to get rest back on their teammate as the smokes do come in. Mom2 and Cairo making their movement already inside the circle. But this is the fact that, you know, Regicide cannot be playing under such freedom like they were doing before. The very reason being why is the fact that they're a two-man squad right now. They cannot afford to push at this particular moment. But somehow, Vaz has managed to get another knock on Dread with his grenade.
Yeah, and it seems like it's just all going wrong for Dread right there. But maybe they will be able to bounce back. We'll have to see. But talking about bouncing back, we thought Magnus could bounce back today, but did not find much success in Erangel, or not seemingly finding much success in this map of Miramar. And H2E is most likely shutting them down now. You can see similarly H2E moving in on Regicide right here, but Vaz holds on for dear life. He knocks one down before going down himself. Has he bought enough time for his teammate to come through? And the answer is yes. H2E, while Vaz does end up going down, they take a few members of Regicide down with themselves. Both of the teams really facing a heavy amount of losses as they look to just grab a couple points. Neither of them really winning out, but H2E will come out for it for the better because they only lost one way. I thought it was just one, but the play zone takes another.
Oh yeah, and you know, this has gotten even worse, right? It's still the fourth circle, so pretty much you can get yourself rest back up. It all comes down to how quickly you just apply that bandage onto yourself. So right now, Clarity in a really good position, have already managed to get 2 finishes off, but Cronus, not the right choice of a weapon with a mini to be trying to go after a moving vehicle, right? Could have done way better had he had his M4 over there, but it is what it is. But quite some traffic around that western side of the circle as SALTxi8. They're going to be also making a move as Crypto did take some massive damage from Kian, but will make it out of harm's way.
Ooh, now you can see MetershotxSKY and Clarity, really the teams in great control of their circle, because MetershotxSKY, they're gatekeeping all the teams coming in from the northern front. Clarity gatekeeping all the teams coming in from the western front. You can see the action right here on your screen. 3x, you've got 4VTFD, you've got Magnus, you've got 52x Rage, all of them trying to get into the circle, and Clarity with the high ground and an ability to deny it.
Oh, look at the sort of a bombardment going on, and Ash could do nothing but just, you know, succumb to his injuries over there. But right now, SALTxi8 do have a fight, or are they unaware about Halsey's position? Now Halsey, he can prove so much more damaging as finally gets spotted out, and there you go, takes down one. Can he get the other? No, says Uzum, as he will get the perfect trade over there, but has no time to breathe because he's got FMR3D right on his backs as Goose lies knocked down. Someone needs to go in and get the rest back up on him as MetershotxSKY, they're slowly but surely creeping up on SALTxi8 as Tyrant. This time he's gonna get the better out of Uzum, and from the backlines it's gonna be Crypto who gets the final finish, and with that, Freestyle are out of place here.
Oh yeah, exactly. Freestyle out of the lobby suddenly, and we've still got 11 teams to go, so for them this will be a bit of a bust in terms of maps. I'll have to see if anyone else is able to capitalize on that. Quite a few teams still remaining, of which I do notice that again, in terms of positions, it is really MetershotxSKY and Clarity that were dominating in the former circle, but with this again taking a bit of an eastern shift right now, it's only MetershotxSKY and actually TUF who are quite close to the airdrop, and then Quantum Rage on the eastern front. Now amongst all of these teams, I think it's really going to come down to this gatekeeping battle and who is able to prioritize taking that battle as compared to making the rotation happen. Now you can see Danny, he's decided to make the rotation happen, but for Clarity, they're getting caught off guard instead. And similarly for 52x Rage versus Magnus, they're caught on either side of the highway, and Mom2 with a perfectly cooked nade, he'll find a double knock.
Oh, he certainly does, but needs to throw one more to ensure he gets the finish, and does though, as he not just takes down one, but three players, wiping out the whole squad, as we have another fight ensuing right in front of us, as Cronus will be dishing out some heavy damage in terms of those utilities being used, will instantly prone down as Danny falls down as well, and it's going to be Sensi too, and that you can clearly see is sort of a third party coming in by the players of the Grounders, as QWERTY now find themselves in a very dicey situation.
Oh, dicey indeed. And Grounders are gonna have to make a quick call. Do they want these eliminations? Do they want the circle? It seems like they're not able to make it happen, but the shots will certainly land. They eliminate QWERTY Esports, and just like that, from a position where they could have been a team that was contesting for that chicken dinner, they're out of the lobby in 10th place, no less. So not great whatsoever. But talking about not great right now, MetershotxSKY, a team trying to solidify control of the northern side of this circle and shut down SALTxi8 at the same time. If they can make this happen, the high ground control for them will be oh so crucial, and they certainly are able to make it happen. Now this entire hill range, I wouldn't call it a mountain range because it's not that high, a bit of a smaller mountain maybe in their control, and an opportunity for them just to slow down and try to gatekeep the other teams coming in. But again, the circle shift going in the completely opposite direction puts MetershotxSKY in a weird position.
Yeah, of course, Kian needs to come in and get the rest back onto its Mary. But now we've got respect. I think Magnus has been so prolific with their grenading abilities, right? Especially Mom2, you know, just wiping the life out of the players over there. But for now, you know, Quantum Rage still alive with 4 of the players. They've got to get inside the circle, but before that, they've got to deal with their nearest possible threat, that is FMxR3D. Hassan taking fire from elsewhere as Finisher manages to knock down Shezi, as Hassan this time he's gonna be making some aggressive movements right at Quantum Rage's direction.
Yeah, but it will not work out. IQ shuts him down. Now, Mom2, we're talking about the prolific nading abilities. Doesn't seem to find any, but this time the gun will come in clutch. Shuts down Kian, is now looking towards Mary, wants this high ground for themselves as Magnus and MetershotxSKY contest for a crucial part of this circle. Meanwhile, 3x Esports has been eliminated. It looks like FMxR3D might be eliminated because they're engaged in a fight on that eastern front, but it's actually instead... Wait. No, it is actually FMxR3D who is eliminated by Quantum Rage. For a second, I thought FMxR3D got the better of the fight, but no, Quantum Rage hold on strong. They're able to keep 3 members alive, and they'll be able to capture that entire empty eastern front to themselves, but the fights just don't end fixes. Again, MetershotxSKY and Magnus trying to take control of this high ground, but this time they've got another party to deal with, potentially Team Grounders.
Oh yeah, of course, and there you can see MetershotxSKY making the right moves. They have lost out on Healthxi, but still have 3 of their players alive. Ash now spotting out Mom2. He's gonna try and reposition himself into getting into a better position where if the players of Magnus try to push at him, he's got his teammates providing that cover fire. But now they're in a different fight of their own, as Mom2 this time taking advantage of the situation, finding the players off guard, will get the better out of Ash and will pull the soul out of him, as now Magnus still in contention inside the circle as Quantum Rage. Now they're going to be the ones making the move. Respects having spotted out Spark, will try to take a few shots at him, but not doing enough damage.
Yeah, exactly. The circle is quite congested with 5 teams surviving. We've got 11 players remaining. No team with their full squad alive. So Quantum Rage, Team Grounders, Magnus, all 3 of them with 3 members are looking like the ones with an advantage. But again, the circle taking a sudden shift, favoring Team Grounders to a large extent, because the only player besides them in the circle right now is TUF solo player who Quantum Rage has actually managed to shut down, granting Team Grounders full access to that circle. Now Quantum Rage, they've got to move as a unit to be able to secure a part of their circle for themselves, because while they try to do that, they've got MetershotxSKY, that solo player in front of them in Mary to deal with. Look at this, the highway circle it is right now, and teams are gonna have to come out with their guns drawn, full Texas style, to try and make their mark.
the ground is what an amazing journey has it been for them, especially in this particular matchup, right? Every single time they come into playing in Miramar, they've been eliminated by QWERTY. As we were speaking, JD does get the better out of Sensi too, as Zigsaw, he's going to be trying to get a trade around here as Mr. Black. He's got to deal with Mom2, who's going to be making these movements with the buggy out there as Zigsaw lies fallen, as Mom2, well, respect it was, who wanted to just drive over with the buggy, but eventually such an interesting duel happening as Quantum Rage will be getting the better out of Magnus, and it's going to be so important to see what the other team, or rather how the other team, that is MetershotxSKY, are going to be responding to this one, as they have just Mary alive. This is one of those chicken dinners where Quantum Rage are going to be looking forward to increase their tally, get that extra $500 for themselves, as Mary, well, his position still pretty much uncompromised. He can not just take one, but also get two if he plays the cards right. Could potentially get the third one as well. All three of the players right in front of him, as Spark will finally take down Respect. Now it all comes down to Mary. No, instead it's Mom2 still alive over there. My apologies.
Mom2 surviving against all odds. I think his objective now is to try and survive longer than IQ, because you can see right now, longer than Mary, because you can see right now Quantum Rage are the team with the most number of players surviving. Mom2 under a lot of pressure with the nades coming in, the bullets as well. He gets shut down, and just like that, MetershotxSKY once again, against all odds, survive till the last possible moment, get that second place finish for themselves.
Oh, it was much needed, but again, it's a battle between the first and the fourth position teams, right? Quantum Rage, they're just looking out for their prey, completely taken over the map. They're just searching, and they know, they have a slight idea as to where he possibly could be, because this is one of those blind spots that you have. You've checked every part of the territory, and this is that one area that's remaining. And I think Mary did quite delay a lot. He had his chance. He could have dealt some insane amount of damage. Finally, the grenades are going to be coming his way as Quantum Rage decide to take the vehicle, and now Mary intending to try and take down Spark, but instead I really wanted to see if they did get that final kill. But here you go, a winner chicken dinner coming in for the tabletoppers again with 11 eliminations to their names, as they further increase their lead by a huge margin.
Yeah, and yet another chunk of the prize pool that they've secured in the bag for themselves. 3 chicken dinners in just 7 matches for Quantum Rage, as they look to be running away with the lead on top of the table. Quantum Rage with a phenomenal display once again. I think they're going to be really proud of the fact that they're able to continue the momentum that all came about. I really do think off of that one clutch from IQ way back yesterday. I really think if that situation between Quantum Rage and the opposing team goes differently, maybe that momentum factor isn't as prevalent as it is right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, completely agree with you, because now teams haven't really done a lot to try and stop them, right? It still feels like Quantum Rage aren't taken seriously in the competition, and it's high time teams do start researching upon them, do start taking a look at how they're trying to rotate around, because you're thinking maybe they just had a lucky day, but this was not luck. They purely took the better part of the circle. They chose their fights perfectly well, took down the big guns, took down the likes of FMxR3D also in that particular situation, and boy oh boy, what a run they're having inside this PMPL. I mean, they must be proud of what they have accomplished so far. But even for MetershotxSKY, we're looking to be, sort of getting gassed out. This one little second position will ensure that they still are in the competition.
Yep, all of this analysis we'll get to after a real small short break. Really cool.
Go! It's your chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
Boy, oh boy, Blotter, what an amazing game it was. The game of Miramar, where we really thought that, SALTxi8 are going to be having their hands on the chicken dinner finally to their fans' delight. But it seems like they've got to wait for a while as we see Spark this time finally just igniting himself up and coming in, getting that MVP. Yesterday, I could see a lot of assists on this man, but this time, making sure that he had the conviction, got those eliminations, as a result of which now stands on top.
Absolutely, dude. Man, a very precise gameplay coming in from the dude as well, because Spark, look at the damage, 532, 5 eliminations confirmed along with that 1 knock. So absolute pristine level of control coming into the way he was able to spray. And then comes in his teammate IQ, the man who has been spoken about quite a lot, because once again, I mean, from the side of Quantum Rage, IQ has been one of those sensational players who has been keeping the ball rolling. And then from there, we move on through towards the player of the grounders. That's going to be Sensei. Now, in all of this conversation, I mean, we did see Quantum Rage get the chicken dinner, but I definitely want to be able to commend MetershotxSKY's approach to this Super Weekend. I mean, compared to the way that they were performing in league plays, MetershotxSKY is also one of those teams, along with when you said about Quantum Rage, these other teams, the opponents, they have to start researching as to how exactly are these teams being so consistent.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think they've kept the basics right. I haven't really seen anything flashy out of both these
Right.
teams right in front of us, right? They haven't been making any, really mind-boggling plays apart from some 1v1 contestations where we see Sirius or IQ completely lose their minds and go cracked. But apart from that, they've kept everything simple, right? They don't take
Right.
unnecessary fights. They focus a lot on the objectives and, keeping things plain. That has been the go-to mantra for both these teams. And for MetershotxSKY, it has been a little bit inclined towards trying to survive till the very end. If they get
Right.
all 4 of their players alive, then good to go. But from so far, what we've seen from their side, they've been relying upon, getting all those position points. And I think they've done a very good job at that. But as we move along further, Lakshay, if we take a look at the match summary, again finding Pika in the highest assist department. But for Crypto, he's going to be the one this time getting that longest distance elimination. I think that did come down when he was holding on to that high hill over there and did third party on towards the players of Team QWERTY, if I'm not wrong. But the match rankings coming in and Magnus, well, this is one of those games that we definitely have to talk about them. Could be their redemption game because Momto, he was absolutely on fire today.
He definitely was, and that was so very crucial as well for Magnus Esports to start bringing this sort of a playstyle and gameplay for their side, because today being the second day of the Super Weekend in the first week itself, this team needs to rise up, and they are doing so now. And if they keep up this sort of a momentum, we can definitely by the end of the day keep them sticking into the top 5 itself, but that'll also be based on how and what sort of a game will they end up having in this upcoming Erangel. And same of course can be the conversation for R3D as well. I mean, yes, they had a really good start to the day. They got the chicken dinner along with 16 elimination points. Second game you move on through and things are a little on the topsy-turvy side, where 2 placement points, 5 elimination points, total 7 in general. That is yeah, they definitely need to maybe get a little bit more to be able to retain that position on the top 10.
Oh yeah, I think they certainly have to do a lot more than that. This is one of those teams that needs to make a comeback inside. But as we take a look at Quantum Ridge and them trying to really rotate around, you could clearly see, they made that early rotation around that Impala area, and all they wanted, was to play around the edges. And now when the circle kept on forming, you could clearly see how they are traversing, right around
True.
the edges. They're not going head in. They're sort of trying to avoid fights as much as they can. When the moment arises, when they really feel that yes, this is the perfect time we can engage in, and this is the perfect time, they're sort of waiting for the chaos to start building up. And when all the teams are engaging against each other, that's where they sneak their way inside the zone and make sure that they get their hands on the chicken dinner. But this game again, I must say, has been really good for the likes of the grounders, considering every single time they come into Miramar, they have been bashed off, thwarted off, just being dealt with by the players of QWERTY. This time, however, they've managed to secure some good points for themselves.
Absolutely have, and that is going to be so very important for the side of this team because the boost that they've been able to get, right? And never mind the boost, actually, you know what? The boost in terms of the kaching that's happening right now for the side of Quantum Rage. Talk about that. This is the second day of the Super Weekend, right? And they've got 3 chicken dinners already confirmed. So that again is a lot of money, a lot of momentum boost that Quantum Rage is definitely feeling as they get every single elimination point working for them.
Oh yeah, I mean, you talk about Quantum Rage, of course. I mean, we've been enjoying ourselves through and through out. But for clarity, again, you know, they're still missing that little bit of a clarity over there. They started off really well, were looking really good, but the conviction is somewhere lacking. And I think this is where, you know, Teen Wolf would be, you know, starting to wonder if he could just go back to the basics. But Freestyle, a team I really felt that had the best rotation inside the game, just could not do enough. As in this moment, you could clearly see Tyrant really outplayed everybody inside the lobby. I think I must say that he was one of my favorite players, especially that one little clutch play that he went off against, and that was so good right from around. I think against Team Star. They executed such a beautiful play, and after that they were caught in deep waters, could not do much, got eliminated from the game. But you could clearly see, right, how quickly, how you know, in a good manner, the boys from Quantum Rage got themselves inside the circle. And this is where, you know, I really wanted to see if someone finished off Mary. Yes, he was taken down, and
Yep,
finally. Finally, a much needed respite again for Quantum Rage, and they're just gonna keep on increasing their score
right.
tally from here on.
They definitely are, and there's no other team that apparently seems to be able to stand up to the shoes that Quantum Rage are wearing right now. As we move on through to the damage graph, it is, I mean, not a big difference actually from the side of Quantum Rage compared to the other team that's going to be very close to them. That is going to be the side of 52x Rage, 1276 damage. Then comes in 1256 damage from the grounders. So a very close margin. But again, when it comes down to the finishes, the eliminations, 32x Rage definitely were part of a lot of fights. Same can be said for Clarity. But the number of elimination points they were able to get are only 4 and 3 respectively. Same for the side of 3x. So yeah, the game kind of went a little haywire for these teams. Even though they were part of some really awesome fights, sadly we're just not able to get that conversion rate working for them.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is something that we're privy to in a map like Miramar, right? Because this is one of those games where I must say the pacing in this time around the Miramar was a little too slow compared to what we witnessed yesterday, Lakshay. Because today teams were actually trying to focus a lot on their rotations. Teams were being thrown away from how the circle was really shifting. But as we take a look at the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Quantum Rage that has built up quite an amazing lead. I think it's 30 plus points that they have amassed for themselves, as MetershotxSKY will be taking that second position along with the Grounders, who out of nowhere are climbing their way up. Now they sit at the third spot. But just take a look at the teams on the 4th, 5th and 6th. You know, one good game and they could also come back into contention. But Quantum Rage surely have been way too ahead of the pack.
They definitely have been, and as we move on through the list itself, we do have Magnus Esports chiming into the lobby in the top 10 position itself with the 8th position to their name, 3 position jump from the second page for the side of Magnus Esports. Definitely going to be absolutely helping their momentum boost, but let's just hope that that momentum keeps on progressing on along from this game onwards, because as we can see, the difference between the 7th and 8th position is only 2 points, and then from the 7th to the 6th position itself is only 7-point difference. So it's not a big lead, and as you so perfectly mentioned, one good game can definitely propel any of these teams that find themselves 6th through to the 10th all the way into the top 5. But for that, consistency is going to be the key. As we move on through to the second page, let's find out what team are we going to be looking at that falls down. It is going to be Clarity Esports. Out of the blue or unexpectedly, it is going to be Clarity Esports that find themselves on the 11th position. And then we have a very downward slope from 43 points down to 36 points is going to be 52x Rage on the 12th position. So big chunk from there.
Oh yeah, I mean Clarity Esports clearly, like we've been talking about them, Blotter, have sort of lost their groove. They really need to get in, have a safe game, right? They've been taking quite a lot of unnecessary fights, and that is something that could be avoided. But more than that, I'm really worried about Regicide. What on earth just went wrong with them, right? This is one of those teams that was looking so good in Miramar, but this time also they clearly could not do much. But as we move along, this eighth game this time in the Super Weekend, of course, it's day two, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be heading back towards Erangel. So, from what we have seen so far, FMR3D did manage to get that first game of the evening, followed by Quantum Rage, who are both are very close to each other in terms of the map chance. Now, Clarity, this is one of those games that they have to find themselves back in. They have to find themselves in a good position because the other teams, they're surely catching up. The likes of Magnus, the Grounders, I think they have been showing some tremendous improvement considering how we witnessed that downfall during that league stages days. But now heading into the Super Weekend, I think they've managed to get themselves back together in a piece. The Grounders especially, they have been impressing us. Making it to the top three is no small feat, right? And especially in a map like Miramar, they had such a good performance. Now heading into Erangel, again, it comes down to the fact as to where the circle is building around, right?
Always.
We've seen enough of those certain circles, but Lakshay, this time I'm not going to be asking you to predict a circle, rather say which circle do you want to cast on right now?
Well, I would love for the zone to actually be in between the main island and the military island and in the waterways itself, right? So that waterway gets constructed from one side as the edge, right, of the main island, and then on the other side is the beach of the military base, and then is the complete chaos that is ensued as the game progresses on along. That sort of zones are definitely commendable and to be able to cast.
I mean, such sinister thoughts, Lakshay, I must say. I think sort of drives us back to that one little game in Erangel where it was a fishing party, especially for Pain, if I remember, from 52 XP. He was just collecting kills one after the other, as we do have all the players in front of our screens, everyone just raring to go, as the flight path trajectory will be in front of our screens just now. But this is where we've got to ask all of you guys, who do you think is going to be getting the chicken dinner in this game? Because Quantum Rage, well, ladies and gentlemen, they've already collected $1,500 in their purse, right? And they're going to be looking to even increase that number, as this time we do have a really interesting flight path trajectory from Sanhok military base all the way towards somewhere around Yasnaya Poliana. So a lot of teams around the western side who tend to drop around, let's say, Gatka, tend to go around George Paul City, Clarity. For sure, they're going to be facing some trouble, but I think they've got that plan B going in for them. Yesterday also we saw Lakshay, they headed towards Feripe, and that is what they're going to be doing now as well.
Yep, that definitely is going to be the case from their side. The Grounders also, we know, love to go down towards Primorsk, and that is what they will find their comfort in. And all the other way, it is going to be military base that is taken over by SALTxi8. And again, it's the exact same recipe that is cooked when it comes down to these select teams. Every single time we do know, if given the opportunity, MetershotxSKY will go to Nevorupnai. If given the opportunity, the Grounders will definitely, in fact, you know what? Even if not given the opportunities, the Grounders will get out of the zone to find themselves in the comfort of Primorsk and get their loot, and then move on into the gameplay altogether itself. So a very known and seen sort of drop location being showcased from the side of these teams. The only one that is off is going to be Clarity, right? Because Clarity loves to go down towards Giorgio, but this time around they're going to be sticking around towards that Feripe region where FS likes to drop. So a little bit of a contestation, but FS seems to have moved away from the position and given it away to Clarity. But what sort of an onslaught will be ensued from this point onwards? Let's find out.
Oh yeah, but right from the very get-go, we do find the players of Star in a little bit of a situation, as Thor has rather let him go, right? I think he made the right decision, I must say, because you're going to be trying to get around in circles and in turn waste a lot of time that you could further utilize in getting a good loot secured for yourself. As God Fury, he's going to be breathing sigh of relief over here, as Tyrant. I think this is where Freestyle a little bit not comfortable because they've got a circle where they've got to make it inside the zone, and they've got to go to their drop location. And considering how the teams have already stationed themselves at their respective spots, it's not a really good start for FS. But let's see how can they recover.
Absolutely. I mean, the way that Wasi has been able to, move all the way away in search of a vehicle, will be moving on towards the western front of the quarry. And of course, following him is going to be Black and Tyrant, where one final player who will be remaining back at the lines is going to be, well, we'll come back to that, because once again, when it comes down to the open approach that FS is trying, for now it seems to be working for them, because it's only 3 minutes into the game and no other team wants to be able to contest that position. So it is absolutely normal and fine for teams to be able to make that sort of a extended push basically being showcased from the side of these teams. But with that, we've got a little bit of an issue where indeed the game, it seems, is going to be reset. But it is absolutely fine, because after all, when it comes down to the zone itself, when it comes down to the team's drop locations itself, there's quite a lot of chaos being showcased and in that game. So maybe as the lobby is rehosted, we'll have a different flight path and a different trajectory of the game also altogether that will be showcased. But once again, as Fixes did mention earlier as well, do not forget to showcase your love in the chat. As you do, all these virtual fans, you see the banners that they have got in their hand, it's all going to be based on what percentage of chat is going to be supporting what team, and that is what will result in these teams getting picked up, these banners getting picked up from these virtual audiences that are sitting right there. And again, as you start letting us know in the chat which team you're supporting for, these virtual viewers are going to again let the entire lobby know that, all right, we've got fans in high demand and high numbers from the side of Clarity, from the side of FS, or the other sides. And so that again is going to be a very, very wonderful opportunity for you guys to be able to participate, and again, let your teams know, let these teams know that you're there to support them no matter what ups and downs they go through.
Look at how graciously it's just falling down, just showcasing what they've achieved so far.
The gladiators of this arena, dude.
Yeah, I mean they clearly are, right?
Yeah.
I think quite deservedly. I love how the production has managed to take every little details into play over here for us and for all the viewers out there, as a little bit of an interruption during the game. But I really liked how it started, right? And there was chaos. Freestyle was looking a little lost, but
exactly.
we're gonna get back ourselves back into action. No time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we definitely will be jumping into the game in no time whatsoever at all. But just reminiscent of the game that just took place, or rather was about to take place, yeah, that could have been a very entertaining one. The zone was such that it pushed the teams into their unknown locations, for some of them, of course. And along with that, as we did clearly just see, I mean, FS, they were just absolutely all over the place, not entirely sure, not decisive enough to understand what sort of a play they want to be able to create right there, where Clarity had completely spoiled and flooded their plans and strategies. So maybe as we progress on in this game, that is of course being the lobby is being rehosted, we can maybe anticipate the same sort of a zone and flight path. And I would love to see what are the teams going to be doing. I do not want a default flight path on this Erangel. I want it to be absolutely ludicrous, going all the way up north towards Zarki or someplace, just completely sticking up north or completely sticking down south, and the zone itself moves away from where the flight path is. And yeah, that sort of a masala sort of a playstyle is what is required right now in this lobby.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's been such a long while that we've witnessed this Kameshki or maybe a Zaki circle, right?
Yeah, that's true. Sorry to cut you off. I was just going to say that it's just been such a long time that we're looking at just default circles being created, default zones being created in these games. Now today, I mean, being the second day of the Super Weekend, definitely PUBG gods ought to bring in that X hammer to the fray and showcase a little bit of a different circle that would help us in this entire saga.
But while we're at it, we're gonna get ourselves back into action. But hey, Lakshay, how did you celebrate your birthday?
Dude, nothing much, dude. Nothing much at all. Just been waiting to get the games casted as it was last night as well. It is the same today as well. So when it comes to the PMPL, it is all down to getting the game sorted and organized. And of course, it is so much more entertaining as well. And it is the Pakistan lobby after all, right? I mean, every single team that you thought, all right, so these guys are not going to be able to make it in the league places is what I'm talking about. They have come back. They have showcased a different approach to how they want to be able to play the Super Weekend. And that is what has definitely kept me energized for the second day of the Super Weekend altogether, throughout my birthday as well, to be very blunt and honest about it. So yeah, I mean, that's the reason why I'm asking. I mean, it's my birthday. PUBG gods, please give us that sort of a zone that nobody could have anticipated, and a lot of masala and khichdi and chaos is to be anticipated from this team, from these teams.
It's so okay. Looking at the positives of having your birthday and still looking at casting all the games. You're celebrating your birthday with 1,000 other people, right?
Hey.
And in the virtual arena, a few more. You can definitely add them up. So clearly not alone as I am, but getting back to the game in hand.
I'm here for you, don't you worry. You're gonna take this thing easy. And again, right off the bat, just like I'm there for you, mate. We've got i8, SALTxi8 going back exactly to their known drop location. That's going to be down to the military base. And following them very closely up is going to be MetershotxSKY rooting to get into his no rope now. Zone, please be onto the eastern front altogether. Maybe Yasnaya, maybe all the way up to his Stalberg. That would be crazy nightmare for these teams.
Oh, that certainly will be. But at least a respite for the boys from QWERTY, because now they will get back to their designated drop location. But we do take a look at Sosnovka military base, where no harm done, right? It's SALTxi8 in the milli base, and it's going to be MetershotxSKY. They're going to be heading over towards Novoripno. And this is the moment where, you've got to start treating teams like Quantum Rage really seriously. Because a lot of teams have been ignoring them, and they've been capitalizing. They have been ruthless. But this is one of those circles which is going to be so twisted, because now even I am sort of forced to think where the circle will head on. Because how the circle has panned out, we're looking at a northernish zone this time. I think that is something that we would both love. And if not Zaki, if we can get a Stalbus or a circle at the very least, I think I'm going to be really happy.
I would agree. I would definitely agree. And it could go down towards Stalberg itself. But I don't know. I have this anticipation that it's probably going to stick around towards Yasnaya. And maybe the fjord that's right above Yasnaya. The water that's available right there. And that again, I mean, that is one of those circles that we saw in the previous season of PMPL, where it moved on up north of Yasnaya and entered exactly that fjord that is available. And that created a lot of ruckus, because nobody had anticipated that sort of a zone. So I look forward to that. But let's see where it will be. Of course, this is just the early few minutes of the game altogether itself. And in all of that, we're being taken across this game through H2E. Were being taken across. And again, H2E, a team that has been a different beast altogether. I mean, it's not entirely correct to call them a beast, because they don't always end up taking those fights, right? But they play so amazing, controlled and slow-paced game that they're able to just ease through the competition and find themselves in the top 8 to the top 5.
Yeah, but we've got to hold on to our thoughts a little bit, Lakshay, because TUF, they've come in to maybe spoil the party for QWERTY.
Nah.
You're already calling the shots, like 420.
Not gonna happen.
I mean, it's not gonna happen.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna be a believer. I'm gonna expect that 420, the kind of a freedom that he's roaming around in, I think that's gonna be taken. Because look at how they have set camp, right? They're just waiting for 420 to come out in the open, and they're in the most unexpected of the places, right? This is one of those moments, once you get knocked out, you start raging. Like, for real, you're gonna camp that hard against me? But hey, when you know it's a lot on the line, when it's $100,000 we're talking about, the prize pool of this tournament, I mean, I'm gonna do a lot more worse things had I been playing over here. I think prone my entire life inside this game. I would not even want to stand up. But for now, Clarity, they will have to make sure that they do not lose out on 420, because he's one of those players that has been so instrumental in them getting good results, right? If he tends to fall down early, then that would be the beckoning of something really bad that's about to happen to Clarity.
Absolutely, and now I would like to take the viewers on towards Metershot, but never mind Metershot or Magnus, because right now it seems like what Fixes had called for
Ooh.
is going to be painfully drawn against the player of Clarity. That's going to be 420 boy, who is, yeah, he's just roaming about like he owns this entire region. What exactly has gotten into him, not entirely sure, but again, it's just like the team has never been contested, so why would he anticipate a team to be around in the vicinity? And that low-key approach from the side of Team TUF, mate, you called it, has definitely delivered. Edgar getting that first blood, and right off the bat, 420 boy getting eliminated. I mean, he was looking pretty comfortable with his loot, but sadly, he's not going to be allowed to roam around like gods on this map, especially onto Giorgio, because TUF is right here in Giorgio South.
This is the moment where I would really want production if they could have gotten on 420's reaction, because you completely just roaming around as if you own this place, and suddenly out of nowhere you've got two prying faces shoot at your direction and end you before you even realize what just happened. And I think 420 boy, he's learned his lesson the hard way. Clearly will not just wander around the crates anymore, at least by his lonesome. And this was well planned by TUF, right? They knew that there's one of those players that tends to come around here, tries to loot, and they could definitely cut his rotation. They could definitely deal some damage, and I think they got in more than what they bargained for. I think they're going to be very pleased with that. But as we keep on speaking, we do have FMR3D Hassan trying to get at least one of the players of 3x there, but not finding any success.
Not finding any success as of yet, but of course this is just 6.5 minutes into the game, and they've got the information as to where 3x are leading towards. So there is going to be that information that can be retained and maybe retaliated upon later on. With that, as we were just looking at the side of Clarity, who just lost 420 boy, they seem to have left the my apologies, Giorgio, and are now trying to get into the zone and into the center of the zone, mind you, and that is where we are going to maybe anticipate a little bit of a mess, because Magnus is going to be waiting around the vicinity, and it seems like Zibian not looking too good, down to 25% HP, but his buggy will still hold on strong and steady and will allow the side of Clarity to be able to confirm that rotation for themselves, and Magnus remaining none the wiser. But look at that, dude. I mean, oof, that is an amazing looking vehicle right there.
Yeah, the Lamborghini Urus.
Yep,
and
Urus.
In all its might and glory, right? And I mean, I'm the kind of a person who does not really feel happy about it, because it's something that I can literally dream about. Or maybe that's also too expensive for me to think right now. But for freestyle, I think they're getting the better out of the grounders, who were looking so solid right at the very start of the day, right? The way they've been playing. But this time, freestyle being a little bit more prepared, making sure that they deal with them. But Magnus, they have been on a phenomenal run. We've got to see as to how they can capitalize over it. As TUF, the hunters have become the hunted. And
yes.
as now, they're in a collision course against Regicide, as one after the other. They're falling down, but Edgar still has some fight remaining in him. But up to the point, Vaz just comes out as Thor, last player surviving for his team, will get the better out of Vaz, and Voltrix by the skin of his tooth.
That was
barely
Thor,
just clutches it out.
Thor definitely from the side of TUF, he tried his level best. He was so close. But Voltrix definitely getting the better half. And not only that, all four players will be still moving on ahead as a unit, as a team. Even though they did get knocked, but they have not been eliminated. And talking about elimination, what is going on with Metershot? Every single time. Now I'm not liking this. Now I want them to change the strategy. I mean, they are being so cheeky, and then they move all into the top 3, into the top 5 finishers. This is how they do it. They let all the other teams fight while they're just chilling around and waiting for the coast to clear around as they cruise into the battlefield.
You know what? I kind of like this. You know, this is one of those similar strategies that we have seen teams employing when they've been playing around that Novorepnoi area. And it's clearly just to be away from the traffic, right? It's just to
Yes.
avoid any possibilities of a bridge camp, avoid a lot of traffic while you're rotating inside the circle. So they're going to find themselves that freedom while they get in, right? And the next thing that I think they've been prioritizing a lot on is to hold down on to wait and get those position points, right? They want to keep as many numbers as they possibly can, but it's quite the opposite. For the team right in front of our screens, SALTxi8, they're the ones who've been very fickle. They have been trying to look out for enemies. They have been itching to take so many fights here and there, and we've got to see if they can get the better out of themselves over here, as they believe they do send someone just proning around, and the guesses are going to be turning right as we do have another fight just engulfing in front of us in a little wee bit, as IQ did take some damage over there, but still managing to keep himself alive. But not the same for Spark, as he gets taken down, as SALTxi8 will also engage against the players of Magnus, as now QWERTY, they just come swarming in from every possible direction. And what I really love about them is they're still having one of those players maintaining that higher ground. But now gravity will eventually turn down, and now susceptible to a flank from JD's side. Let's see what he can do from here.
Absolutely, but talking about JD's flank, Gravity is also finding himself in a very, very wonderful position with the flank angle against the players of Quantum, and in doing so, Spark will definitely be eliminated thanks to Gravity's positioning. Same the case for JD, and IQ, the man who was holding the reins for the side of Quantum Rage, is going to be running for his life. And Sheezy, well, again, this is a sub that has been substituted for today's games, as we can clearly see. Sheezy, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Fixes, but we haven't seen him earlier for the side of Quantum Rage, and it seems like all the weight rolls down to his shoulders once again. I mean, this happened earlier again, where Sheezy was the one main surviving, and it seems it is going to be him to take on the torch for Quantum Rage once again.
Oh yeah, I think this is a moment I am starting to wonder where is Sirius. Because he's the one not visible, so clearly Shizzy has made a replacement. And quite interestingly, you sort of thrown into thinking why. Because Sirius, of course, the top fragger for your team, he's been doing such a phenomenal job. Maybe he's just not available. Maybe he's got some other prior commitments to attend. As now Magnus, like we've said, already losing out on respect. This is something that they did not want. But this is where, SALTxi8 need to learn how to draw the line, or rather where to draw the line. Because sometimes they get so blindfolded, they are enraged, they're all feeling it, that they tend to go in for the fight. They try to overextend, as a result of which they get a few casualties. And that has been the core problem for SALTxi8. They haven't succeeded in getting their players, or rather keeping them alive. Now, like we predicted, the circle again goes up north, and H2E, they're gonna feel very happy about how they're positioned. But look at this. All right, Malik just driving through. This is absolutely a vehicular manslaughter coming in from his side, as Regicide, they have to get themselves back into the fight, as into the fray, as Freestyle, they're just roving around, nothing else, as Vaz, he'll get taken down by Tyrant yet again, maintaining his pristine form, and Regicide, their downfall sort of continues, Blotter.
Absolutely does, and again a spray being showcased onto the player Johnny from the side of Regicide, but Johnny will be able to move away from the position, not the kind of anticipation that was predicted. But look at Black, he is not wanting to let him go. He's like, dude, I need that point. Where do you think are you running, Johnny? But it seems Johnny has been able to get himself away. So Johnny and Insane, the two players available from the side of Regicide, whereas the other two, Daz and Voltrux, have been brought down to their knees, and it does not seem like the revival will be possible on the other side. From the side of Quantum, we do see Sheezy all by his lonesome, very close to the players of Team QWERTY. For now, Team QWERTY are going to be moving on, and it seems with the DP 3x taken on the damage to the players of Salt. So a very different approach from the side of 3x and Salt as well. I'm just trying to find these teams. Yep, I've found them on the map. They are on the southern edge of the west southern edge of the map itself. And SALTxi8, I mean, they've made a huge rotation from the military base all the way up north towards Severny Stolberg. So now they're going to have to find a foot holding where they can be comfortable and take on fights and take on the opponent teams, because it is going to be crucial for them to do so. Freestyle, well, they are definitely rolling all across with that momentum boost that is going to be working for them. But yep, we come back to Regicide, just the two players, Johnny and Insane, all by the lonesome. Wherever they go, the compounds have already been taken off, and yeah, this is just a matter of minutes before the team is going to get eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, just the last player surviving for Regicide finally gets taken down by Zibian, puts an end to their misery as QWERTY. Of course, I think they've been very smart the way they've approached this game. You know, directly dropping off at Georgia Paul, losing out on 420 Boy, and then sort of recovering inside the game. I really like it from their side, as this time Crypto will get the better out of the players of 3x Esports as he gets his hands on Cronus. But what I really liked about QWERTY was they went on towards the northernmost point, and now they know that their backlines are at least secure. No one's going to be backstabbing them, and they do have a compound. As long as they're gonna maintain that healthy part of the circle, they're good to go. But for now, Miracle trying to get away from here, but Ali maintaining such an amazing position. What a beautiful flank angle, and suddenly the tables have turned for SALTxi8 as Blade barely with a sliver of HP, he survives, but at the cost of them losing out on.
Dude, what an incredible bait that was from 3x. SALTxi8, they pushed it along and they thought they had the information, they had the team flanked, but that was definitely not the case. As we move on away from that fight, it is going to be MetershotxSKY, who are in a little bit of a troublesome situation where two of their players have already been knocked. Mary trying to hold on the fort, but against them is going to be QWERTY, and this is not going to be an easy one with that perfectly set up nade. There goes a Halsey as well. So down to Mary is all it is brought down to, and QWERTY, well, they've got these two men who are going to be pushing on. It is going to be Dani, it is going to be Zibian, alongside, of course, TmwEsports, but TmwEsports has been brought down, so maybe they might want to hold on back, but nope, Danny says no. He wants to push on, he wants to confirm those elimination points for his team, and with that perfectly cooked nade, this could be the end for MetershotxSKY.
Oh yeah, there you go, grenade goes in. Mary taking that little chunk of damage. Now finally Mary understanding that Dani has approached really close, and now this is the moment I think Mary has to go for it, right? Because the more time you're gonna buy, Teen Wolf will get back to full HP, and that has already happened, and giving that rest back onto its Halsey, a little bit of a living respite for MetershotxSKY. Now they did want to employ a whole different tactic, and it suddenly just backfired, but still, you know, Dani being really quick on the triggers, getting the better out of Mary, as it all falls down to Halsey, who finds himself in a 1v3 very, very weird scenario over here. He's gonna get naded out, but just before that, make sure he finds that little bit of a knock, but can really go greedy over here with Dani really not having a lot of grenades to work around with. Halsey, all he's got to do is try and heal himself up, but just before that, Teen Wolf making sure does not miss that grenade as MetershotxSKY. They wiped out of the server as 52 rage out of nowhere. Daku comes in, gets the better out of Gravity as a young lad has been taken down, Lakshay.
Well, I mean, Daku definitely living up to his name, just out of nowhere, jumping in along against the players of Team QWERTY and bringing them down to their knees, but not before Team QWERTY can retaliate, and it was Khan, along with Destroyer's help, who were able to completely stop the Daku in his tracks. 52x getting eliminated on the 11th position with 1 elimination point. 10 teams remaining, 18 minutes into this third game of the first Super Weekend PMPL Pakistan region. Definitely dominating are a few of these teams. Team QWERTY just holding on to that consistent play. 7 elimination points already confirmed for their side, with all 4 players still standing.
Oh yeah, and now it's going to be interesting as to what happens next, because FMxR3D, they haven't really gotten themselves in the midst of all the action, right? They've been staying away from the fights. They're letting it happen, as now, you know, QWERTY, they will be making a move inside the circle over there, and the center has been held on by H2E, as SALTxi8, they still find themselves in a little comfortable position, but with one player shot. Now this is what I've been talking about, right? They do not know where to draw the line. They do not know where to push the leash and put the leash at. But this circle shift, this is the movement. This is the moment where SALTxi8 need to take that control over the northwestern side. You could clearly see the little bit of a hilly area, a little bit of a ridge to work around with, and whoever gets there first will have such a huge advantage getting inside this game.
Absolutely, and now it is H2E who were in the center of the zone, still are in the center of the zone, but they have to be careful because they're going to be a little bit out in the open, and as soon as the other teams start getting into the zone, H2E's position, it seems to have been compromised, but H2E will not go down without a fight. As we can see in the kill feed, it is going to be FM's Hassan OP who has been given a knock from the side of H2E, so H2E also holding on to that center position, but Team Star Osama, what a perfect spray against Tyrant, and FS not looking too good as they try and get into the zone, but same is the case for R3D as they have been caught against Quantum Cheesy, the one-man army. He is pushing on to get those elimination points. Two defeats to the team, and they're all thanks to him.
Oh, he's doing it. He's definitely doing it for his team.
Yes.
At least getting those two very crucial kill points, considering how they are standing, how they've been building up the lead. Of course, you would want to maintain that. But Clarity and Quantum go up against each other. Few trades coming here and there. Danny getting the better out of Khan. As we take a replay, look at the replay as Wolfrey just steps down and he suddenly spots someone and eventually gets the finish. Some really good sound sense from his side in display as Destroyer. Look at him, just entered upon Daku, will wipe the life out of him as Crypto just barely trying to get into cover, and SALTxi8 just scrambling through, getting inside the circle. They're facing so much trouble there. This is one of those biggest problems with SALTxi8 I think I've witnessed this season so far. They're so unsure while getting inside the circle. So much work to do for Uzum really, because the way they've been playing, this has been one of those problems that has been there since day one, and they've literally done nothing to fix it really.
I've been calling it from day one itself. This late rotation strategy from the side of SALTxi8 is not working for them. They need to bring in a different playstyle to their game as we move on through to the other side of the lobby altogether. It is going to be 4VTFT taking on the fight to the face of Freestyle as they knock them down one by one, bringing in a lot of damage, where indeed FS is left with a two-man squad, Black and Wasi, the two players who are trying to hold on to their fort. Team Star also rushing in around in the vicinity, and QWERTY from the backlines just taking on a amazing control throughout all of these different fights that are taking place. Again, when it comes to the zone itself, the zone is favoring nobody actually. All the teams are out in the open, all the 7 teams, but it is all about who has the information and who is able to utilize that information and get the best result out of it without losing your teammates or yourself.
I mean, look at Destroyer. He's so hell-bent on taking down Blade.
Exactly.
And Blade is in such a precarious position, right? Had the smokes not been there, he'd be done and dusted. But right now, Destroyer realizing that he's way too much in the open, as finally the players of Freestyle are brought down. And courtesy to the players of Team Star, who still have all 4 of their players alive, the strongest contenders into getting this winner chicken dinner. As 4v-TFT, this was such an important game for them. Finally finding some room and space to breathe. They will have no issues, however, getting inside the circle. And this is where, we will talk about SALTxi8. They could have done a plethora of things that they did not in that situation, but that's for the post-analysis segment. But for now, H2E, I think this is again one of their games where they're looking for a potential comeback, as finally Destroyer gets his target as he takes down the last player of SALTxi8, as Blade finally falls, as Shishi, this mad lad, oh my goodness, Lakshay is still alive.
He is. He's just pushing on by a small little margin, and with that H2E creating that huge envelope for themselves and opening for themselves. From one side it's going to be Team Star, and from the other H2E trying to bring on that aggressive stance to the face of Team Star. But will it be enough? Because right now the smoke wall has been created from the side of H2E, but dudes, keep in mind the smoke wall is not going to be holding down those bullets. The bullets can definitely come in through, and that's exactly what H2E is finding out the hard way. And now as the smoke starts dissipating, it is all over to Team Star. Well, I guess I spoke too soon because H2E had that perfectly set up. They had the information, and one by one, the four-man squad of Team Star has been brought just down to a one-man army, and Usama being the one final player standing, will he be able to truly bring his team back? Well, that will not be the case, where H2E, they are looking absolutely destructive as they push on along, and with that, we've got 4 teams remaining, 11 players alive, 24 minutes into all of this gameplay, and in all of that, as so perfectly mentioned, CZ, he's still there, or well, not. H2E will get that confirmed as well. So 3 teams remaining. We've got Team QWERTY, Team H2E, and 4VTFT.
You know, I would have completely lost my mind had Shazy clutched out a chicken dinner over here for his team. But nevertheless, considering the situation they were in, I think he's gotten them so far. Getting a top 4 finish along with those 2 kill points, it's going to be so important for them.
Yes.
But right now, we do have Destroyer, who indeed has spotted the squad of 4VTFT. And finally, you know, the boys are going to be happy. Their boys are going to be smiling about the game today. As now, we've got to see if Wolverine has something that he can show for us. As Dread, this one little grenade looks so deadly, will do some massive amount of damage, but not enough to wipe them out of the lobby.
Well, for now that is going to be the case. Team QWERTY has been pushed down into the corner. Team H2E, I mean, the amount of utilities that this team has, it is brilliant. And to be able to have that many utilities as you move into the final few moments of the game altogether itself, showcases the advantage of having all 4 players alive. And that is where you can distribute all of that utility amongst yourselves. But with that, Team QWERTY, Destroyer and Wolverine, I mean, look at Destroyer. He has been absolutely creating havoc with 6 elimination points confirmed to his name. And with that, he's also going to be able to, Wolverine is going to be able to bring down H2E's Asar as they try to make that push and open. And now through the smoke, a lot of sprays being showcased, but Destroyer getting caught, and it is all down to Wolverine now. 1 versus 3, a 1v3 situation where Wolverine will stand none the wiser. He will be brought down to justice as H2E stand up true to get the chicken dinner for themselves. But now we've got 4VTFT, a team with all 4 players surviving compared to H2E's 3-man army, who are in the momentum, definitely. But yeah, TFT, I mean, they're not that far behind. They've been able to get 5 elimination points already confirmed. So the zone has been divided in 2 hemispheres, where one side is going to be H2E, the other side is going to be 4VTFT. But who is going to be taking that aggressive stance? Seems like H2E is the better one.
You know, this is what I was getting worried about, because 4VTFT, of course, they had the better numbers, but they are on the lower grounds. Now, these numbers are going to come down to nothing because they've lost out on one of their players. And they should have really capitalized on that fight between H2E and QWERTY, right? Out of all, they had so much time and chance, but this little flank from Hacker could completely change the way that 4VTFT would be wanting to approach that final fight. It is a 3v3, ladies and gentlemen, as Dread, he's going to be lobbing all that smoke, making sure that he blocks the vision of the players of 4VTFT. Now, Hacker, he's not going to move a muscle right now. He's just going to wait for someone to, you know, slyly move, or someone from 4VTFT to engage with his teammates, while he can get not just 1 but 2 of his players. Now, what his intention should be is to be looking at the projectiles of the players of 4VTFT. The moment they start nading, you get a slight idea as to where they really are.
Absolutely, and for now, that should definitely help H2E in terms of understanding where the opponent is, but it has taken a little bit of time because both the teams, they're playing it slow and low-key. But I do want to see where the third player, there we go, third player, as I was calling for him, H2E's Pan on a completely different flank, is definitely utilizing his position very optimally and has already been able to knock down Leon OP, thus remaining 2-man who are going to be Dani, but it seems not for long because Pan is on an agenda. He's got the information, the team is in communication, and they are just absolutely penciling down almost every little minute movement that they can see in the grass.
Oh yeah, and finally Dread comes out of his thin cover and will secure that final kill, as it is going to be another winner chicken dinner coming in here for Team H2E. Boy oh boy, what a run have these lads been having lately. 14 eliminations, get themselves back to the second spot. This is really amazing.
Oh yes, it definitely is. Nobody could have predicted this sort of this sort of a result, but here we have it. Team H2E holding their fort slow and steady and strong is what has resulted in them pushing on the envelope and getting those chicken dinners, getting that $500 in the bank, letting the entire lobby know that hey, here we are to prove our worth, and here we are doing it in style. Easy, nothing can stop us now. But it is commendable approach from the other teams as well. I mean, we did see FS try and hold on for quite some time. We did see SALTxi8 try and prove their mettle as well. But, well, H2E, they were just the sly ones, the sneaky ones who got in there and got out with a chicken dinner. And $500, of course.
Of course, I mean, they fought their way through, we must say, because 14 eliminations, that's no less a number, right? They've been looking so confident. I think 4v TFT really had this chicken dinner, but they kind of just threw it apart. They should have capitalized, but I think a top 2 finish is still a better step in the right direction, right? And this is exactly what we want. You know, now the boys are going to be feeling a lot more confident about how they're going to be approaching the remainder of the games right now, Lakshay. But yeah, huge comments to SALTxi8, but we're going to talk a lot more about him and all the other players after this short little break.
Go! It's our chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
Wow, I mean, CA, that was quite an interesting matchup we did witness, you know, quite an interesting circle also, because, you know, Lakshay was asking for it, Lakshay was demanding for something around northern area, like around Zaki, but I'm still happy for what we really got. But the MVP this time will not be a player from the team that took the chicken dinner. It's going to be QWERTY is very on Destroyer, who went on a really destroying spree and 6 eliminations for this lad and 869 points of damage. That's really good.
Yeah, this is the second time in 2 days we've seen him really turning up in a particular lobby. But unfortunately, QWERTY itself not necessarily able to get full value out of it. Still, they'll be happy with this match overall. But really, I think this match is for Team H2E. As you can see, number 2 and number 3 taken by Pan and Red players of Team H2E. As they are now starting to put up a real fight against Quantum Rage for that top spot on the overall rankings.
Oh yeah, I think Team H2E, I mean, the kind of improvement that they have shown since the last tournament, I think this is commendable, right? This team coming in, new players, well, they stick, you know, they stock onto each other, finally getting the recognition that they thoroughly deserve. And you know, for the remainder, again, the same old problems with SALTxi8. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But as we have a head-to-head statistics stats comparison between H2E and 4VTFT. Now, quite interestingly, I think H2E have been the better team, getting into more fights, which is reflected in terms of their damage dealt. But in terms of damage receiving, look at 4VTFT. This shows that, you know, they've been in positions way exposed that they should not have been, and that is one of those areas that they could clearly work upon. They've been one of those teams that was really focusing a lot on the position points, but I think you know, there's nothing much to scoff about it, right? It's still a second position is something that I would take with open arms.
Yeah, 100%. I think for them it is just building up on this now, which will really matter. Like you said, the chicken dinner most definitely looked possible, but I think at this point they will just be happy that they're able to get into the top 2 with a decent number of eliminations along the way. So a chunk of points really taken away from this Erangel as they look to build it on with our second Sanhok coming along. Now in terms of the match summary, you can see Destroyer was most certainly king in terms of eliminations and damage, but the most number of knocks going over to Danny, unfortunately just not able to translate them into momentum in terms of placement or even eliminations in the lobby. You can see QWERTY, they got 7 on board, but only 1 placement point fixes.
Yeah, I mean, for QWERTY, I think it was such an early rough start for them, right? Yeah. Losing out on 420 OP, and that is something that they should have anticipated, right? And it was TUF, the sneaky little assassins out there, just waiting for him in broad daylight to come out in the open, and they'll just rip him apart. But now as we move along, SALTxi8, of course, again, elimination points are there, still lacking that position points for them. And what could have been the ideal way they could have really approached was wait for a fight to happen, right? At situations like that, when you're outside the zone, playing around the edges, you need to be the ones who are capitalizing, not just moving in and you know, just hoping that things would be better for you on the long run. So again, this was one of those moments where Ali almost just dealt some massive damage. Had he gotten Blade knocked out in that situation as well, I think the tables would have been completely turned for the players of FMxR3D Esports, but that clearly did not happen.
Yeah, it did not, and it really did end up meaning that QWERTY were able to move forward in this fight as well. Now, I think what is important for QWERTY is to try and somehow find, because they've displayed every sign of a team that can grab a chicken dinner, right? Fixes. Yeah. They have that star prolific high firepower player in Destroyer, who we saw even yesterday, just shutting down people left, right, center. We saw that happen once again. They displayed their ability to work together as a unit. But what I feel like really went wrong for them in this final 3 part of the circle was the fact that they were just not able to capitalize on the fact that 4VTFD was caught out in that low moment. So maybe a little bit of extra decisiveness necessary, and I feel like I'm nitpicking at this point, but I'm doing so because it's so much that we expect from the champions of the qualifiers or to this PMPL Pakistan coming in. We expect this kind of performance from QWERTY, and I'm glad that they've at least gone one step forward in terms of delivering it.
Yeah, I think all these teams are, right? Especially much required from QWERTY. Look at the damage numbers. Ooh, wow. You know, it's stopping the roofs, right? As QWERTY, clearly one of the stronger teams, finally finding some ground inside the server. But as we take a look at the other teams, I think it was TUF who were the sneaky little pests out there, you know, causing so much trouble for QWERTY, who eventually were the ones who took down MetershotxSKY. Now, with MetershotxSKY, their intention was right. You know, what they wanted to do, I could completely understand that. You know, they were waiting quite a long time before they headed off into the circle, waiting for that drastic shift to happen, that curveball to hit, and them getting inside the zone. But it shows the wrong compound, right? It was QWERTY that they had to deal with, and Danny clearly just coming up top over there. But for FMxR3D, this was not the game that they would have wanted. Same goes with the Grounders and the likes of Magnus Esports. Now, this little break in momentum is going to certainly haunt them, right? This is something that they would not want, because I was really loving the way they played in Miramar in the game prior to that in Erangel. And suddenly now, for them to have another bad game, they have to get a hard reset and look for bigger things in Sanhok, where you know what is waiting for us.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be absolute mayhem and chaos in Sanhok, just the way we like it. And I think also now maybe some reads into what teams are likely to do, how they're able to pull off their rotations. By taking a look at that overall ranking, this is what we're talking about. Team H2E with their first chicken dinner in this super weekend, getting themselves very close to the 100-point mark, as well as quite close to Quantum Rage, but still a decent gap between Quantum Rage, and in that regard a decent gap now being built between the top 3 teams itself. But Team QWERTY fixes with a 5-place jump on back of their 3rd place finish, now getting into that 4th slot. If they're able to continue this momentum, not too far is that 3rd place and maybe even the 2nd and so on.
Yeah, it just comes down to getting one good chicken dinner, right? But Quantum Rage, I mean, huge ops to SKY. The way he held his ground there, you know, despite being the last man surviving, still managed to do so much damage, right? Especially, I think it was a nightmare for the players of FMxR3D, who just came in blindsided about SKY's whereabouts over there, and they were punished so heavily to that. But Quantum Rage, despite that, you know, there's still a very good healthy performance from their side, as they're starting to build a really commanding lead for themselves. Now H2E, they're of course at the 2nd spot, as we do see Magnus Esports, one bad game and they fall down 3 places back into the 2nd page, as Clarity, their woes sort of continue over here, CA.
Yeah, exactly. Clarity, just the downfall seems to be on and on and on, as and really the biggest highlight of that downfall is that placement points, where in the league stage we saw Clarity consistently finishing in the top 2, top 3, if not top 5 at the very least in most maps. Here you can see they're just not able to get themselves into those final battles, into those final zones, and they're struggling quite a bit. And at this point they're running out of time to fixes, because they've got to make it happen in this day itself. You can't take this amount of pressure into day 3.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they've got to do that right here and right now. I mean, these are still the early phases of Super Weekend. Now, the main objective for all the teams, the longer objective, if you can say, is to be qualifying for the finals. Now, out of these 20 teams, only the top 16 will be able to do. So, it's still not the end of the world, to be honest, for any of these teams right now. Barring the 4 teams that really missed out, I think, if you're going to name them out, it's going to be Quraysh, TmwEsports, XG, and North Esports. Now these are the 4 teams that are the ones who should be really worried about for what's really coming their way. But for you viewers, now it's time to head into the rainforest. Now I'm gonna enjoy my pina colada. And what about you? What is your favorite beverage heading into the rainforest?
I think I personally do love me a pina colada. And I think anything else I do love me, I might not be inclined to mention right here on broadcast, if you get what I mean. But right now I think we've got limited data about Sanhok. You can see Team Star, of course, where one of the teams that really picked it up yesterday. After a bit of a disappointing start for them, they were able to find success in Sanhok, and they look to replicate that here again today, because it was that momentum that they continued on to the rest of their day today. But I think what I'm really looking forward to is finding teams, again, like Sanhok be the map of underdogs, where teams that are in the bottom half of the bracket, bottom half of the ranking stable fixes, are able to use Sanhok to get themselves a breath of fresh air through that rainforest.
Oh yeah, I mean, nothing taken away. But I think this is the point where we're going to start anticipating that little bit of a scuffle in that Paradise Resort, if you remember, right? 52x Rage and MetershotxSKY just locking horns with each other. And we also did witness TUF coming into 3rd party, eventually, which turned out to be a 4th party also. So that is the kind of an, map that Sanhok does to you, right? That is the kind of a situation that you've got to always be prepared for. And in Sanhok, the big guns have always faltered, and this is again one of those maps where the big teams should be looking for getting some success, especially teams like Clarity and Regicide. I mean, the way they started off during the league stages, CA, we sort of built that expectation. Yeah, I mean, this is the team to watch out for. They are the ones who are absolutely dominating everything. But suddenly, they find themselves in such a bad spot But still, I mean, it's not the end of the world for them. But let's see, heading into Sanhok, anything can possibly happen, as I could clearly see a player, just very comfortable inside his comforters and just sleeping. I do not really know if that's the right position to be playing around, because once you're lying down, you kind of get a little bit relaxed where you should be, having all your attention at the game. And how do you control your gyro while you're sleeping? I mean, I've tried that. I'm a lazy as myself, but while we fix CS Virgin Mojito, the flight path trajectory is heading all the way from the western side towards Camp Bravo, as let's see the fights that are about to begin in front of us. Who gets the chicken dinner in this one?
This is almost the exact same flight path as we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
So clearly, the PUBG Mobile gods still, need a lot more data before they can start messing things around in Sanhok. And to be fair, there's not a lot of room to mess things around in Sanhok. So we'll have to see how that ends up going up. But immediately towards that Paradise Resort area, I do see a couple of teams landing. But we've got another contest stations around Painan, I believe, with Clarity and Regicide in the same area. 420 boy, he was in a bad situation in the last match. He's got himself in that bad situation again, Fixes.
Yeah, but again, Johnny cannot really count his chickens too early, because the threat has not been exterminated. As there you see, just as we were speaking, the numbers do come up, and now out of nowhere, Regicide, they're just forcing this fight when they're supposed to back off here.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think they needed to force that fight at all. Like, even if you're trying to capitalize on the knock, right? It's that early that even if he's able to get revived, he's not going to have access to great loot. And if a revive is going down, it's not much worthy. But this is the contest we were talking about pre-show. The MetershotxSKY versus 52x Rage 1 yesterday. I believe it was MetershotxSKY getting the better of it. And once again, it seems like they are the ones who will be like, it is Paradise Resort only for us. As far as you are concerned, 52x Rage, this is Nightmare Resort.
Oh, it certainly is. And now, MetershotxSKY, they're going to be enraging, right, as to what happened yesterday. They were the ones who came in on towards the boys from 52x Rage, and they had a taste of their own medicine. They just got annihilated as 52x Rage. Now, they're making the right movements, right? They're pushing in tandem with each other, as Kian, he's got to watch out, right? He's surely going to hear those footsteps some moment from here on, as Pharaoh is getting really close, along with Zen and Daku. Now, three of the players of MetershotxSKY are in complete opposite direction. Now, if the players of 52x Rage can isolate Kian and take him down, they're gonna equalize the numbers.
But Kian is being very, very sneaky. But back to our replay, to spot out, of course, 420 boy just doesn't seem to be his day. On top of that, you can see, wait, is that TmwEsports able to capitalize on a lone member of Regicide right there? It seems to be a trade so far in terms of that regard, but you can see already 3 players eliminated off of our lobby will mean that at least a couple of teams have that man advantage, and those couple teams right now are MetershotxSKY and Regicide respectively in their battle. So we'll have to see, Clarity respectively in their battle. So we'll have to see if they can capitalize. Actually, no, now that I'm looking at the live rankings fixes, I'm noticing Clarity has also lost a member. So 3v3 battle in that Clarity Regicide area.
Yeah, I think that really happened when the boys from Regicide wanted to force that fight. But look at Pharaoh, this little bit of a in-game glitch that they're doing. Just jump in and use your fists. You're not gonna give a lot of sound away. So for all the new viewers out there, you can clearly try something like this and maybe get better results for yourself. But I really like what MetershotxSKY are doing, right? They're sort of engulfing 52x Rage like an amoeba, because now they've got nowhere to run. They've secured all the exits. All they've got to wait is just try and figure out. But this is where it all could change. Kian just knocking himself out. Oh, it's a huge disaster.
Yeah, and 52x Rage is sure to notice it and try to capitalize on it. You can see they are scurrying around like an ant nest on fire right now. And they've got Halsey actually right here. So suddenly MetershotxSKY, even though they had the man advantage, they are looking in severe trouble. Paradise Resort turning into a bloodbath right now as Kian will get finished right here, and that man advantage has been nullified. And look at this mixes. A tale from exactly yesterday. TOF has heard all of the shots. They know this contest is going on. They're here to third party.
Oh yeah, they're definitely gonna be coming in sooner or later. Somehow, as Ash is being pushed upon, makes the wrong jump over here. Still, is he gonna manage to escape from the situation? Yes, he does. And again, this is sort of a deja vu moment, right? MetershotxSKY, they got the first knock, but it was 52x rate, somehow, turning the tides yet again, as finally a little bit of a regrouping being done by the players of MetershotxSKY, as 52x rage, they're just gonna go head on and they will find Ash. Daku does take a few shots at him, does not deal any damage at all, as he's gonna resort to that one little grenade if he has any. As he's taken some massive amount of damage, but look at Zen, he's making all the right movements over here.
Oh no, Ash trying to be sneaky, getting on forward, but he doesn't spot out Zen, like you said.
Beautiful.
Zen with the perfect movement in spot, denying Ash's run and effectively destroying MetershotxSKY in this battle shortly. But look at the southern side of Paradise Resort. TUF has entered the premises.
Oh, I mean, at this point, more than anything, MetershotxSKY, they would be raging on Kian. I mean, why on earth did you have to mess up your grenade like that? As Mary, just the last solo survivor, how long can he keep himself? Because now it's again TUF, like you mentioned, has entered the fray. As Edgar, he's looking out. I mean, if he gets the better out of Mary, then that's good news for 52x Rage, because they will have a slight idea as to where the assault is going to come in from. But for now, Mary, I mean, he doesn't have anywhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Oh, and smart approach from 52x Rage. They've got Pharaoh and Zen to pack up, loot the northern side, the isolated compound outside of Paradise Resort for a bit, and then leave Daku here to just give them information. He's playing it very silently, just holding on, ensuring that this Mexican standoff continues. But TUF, they're hungry. They want those knockouts. They want those eliminations. They're clearing out room by room, using their util to make sure it happens. And Mary, he's feeling the pressure. Mary, he's surely hearing the footsteps coming towards him, and he's going to be feeling scared.
Oh, he certainly will. I mean, with every thumping step, I can literally hear his heartbeat in motion, as he's gonna put a last stand. But for how long can he manage to survive, as he's done a really good job at holding himself up? He needs to reload his weapon, as he's gonna be very careful, because the moment he takes an exit, it's gonna be the boys from 52 Rage that are gonna go after him. But it's gonna be Joker with his DBS, as now TUF getting one kill secured. Now they've got to go after the players of 52x Rage. Now one of their players has given his position away, but Daku, can he sneak a knocker too?
He's got the backup here with Pharaoh and Zen coming back. They've finished their looting spree. They've got everything they need, and now they are ready to contest the UF now. In our battle yesterday, I think 52x Rage is quite disappointed that they weren't able to push back. But hold on the other side of the map, actually, 3x Esports are punishing SALTxi8. Ghost and Blade have both been down, and a very familiar situation is it's up to Crypto and Uzum to try and pull it back, but Uzum seems to be hightailing around out of there, and so does Crypto. I guess the call has been made to cut the losses. Ghost and Blade will be sent to their graves.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is such an absolute disaster for SALTxi8. Clearly, I really would want to see how they got themselves into such a dire situation, because this is so uncharacteristic of them, right? Even if it's about aggression, they make sure that they have full-hearted commitment. And I do not really understand why Hunk had to put perfume over there. I mean, inside the game, but okay. I mean, to play good, you need to smell good. So I think that's his mantra. over there. But yeah, this is it. This is typical Sanhok that they're privy to. SALTxi8, they were just moving along, and 3x Esports realized they had the higher ground. Here, a few footsteps coming in at their direction, and they do the job. Already taking two of their players down, and this is sort of has been a back and forth tale. You could talk about a little bit of a rivalry between sort of building between 3x and SALTxi8.
Yeah, exactly. It happened multiple times, and so far, at least in this lobby, it seems like 3x will get the better of SALTxi8, because it doesn't look like they're done in terms of that fight whatsoever, because Crypto and Usam, they're very close to those 3x boys, and I'm sure 3x will look to cut them off altogether, secure that eastern front for themselves, and grant themselves an opportunity to gatekeep all of these potential teams that could come in near them in TUF, in H2E, in 52x Rage as well. But it's quite interesting, especially given the fact that what we saw earlier in our screen was Star on the board going for the long rotation, braving the initial blue zone damage to get themselves in this southwestern area, which is completely empty. I wonder if the circle shift ends up favoring their prediction, because most of the teams are going towards that southern island, trying to prioritize that Tambang area, for example, is going to be very interesting if they all end up being wrong and the circle takes a northern or an eastern shift.
Oh, it's going to be interesting, honestly, because right now Tyrant, right out in the open, he's making his movement, but Quantum Rage, they're also going to be getting fired at, as now they've got to be making sure that since they've made so much noise, this is the point where they need to back off a little bit, because overextending will never be the right solution. As Wasi, he's gonna heal himself up, but Malik, he's been taken down, and Ash would want to finish Malik off, but somehow he still survives.
Yeah, holding on just about now. In this fight, though, you can see for Freestyle, they're in a very precarious situation. They're getting pushed in from quantum range as well. They've got another party right next to them. Malik will get finished off, and Vasi's taking quite a bit of damage, but right now, Freestyle just not able to get themselves out of hot water. On the other hand, in that area itself, they've got 4v-TFD moving in. They've got Star potentially chiming in with some long-range damage, and potentially even Regicide around that ruins area. So right now, Freestyle not looking great whatsoever, and it is 4v-TFD coming in to shut them down. But Black only gets knocked out, whereas 4v-TFD, they lose Vash altogether. He gets eliminated, and suddenly Freestyle, they've turned around that aggression.
Oh yeah, they certainly have, and as Black, I think he's gonna meet his makers anytime soon. There's no chance on earth that Wasi can make it up to his teammate, who is gonna fall down, succumb to his injuries over there. Now, this could have been a really interesting game for Freestyle, but again, being surrounded from different angles has led to their falling demise. But still, they've got two of their players alive, and Danny gets knocked out of Wasi again, the Wonder Kid, making that magic happen. But he's going to keep on continuing doing that, as Leon has to take that longer route, get towards Danny, get him back to full HP.
Quite
wow.
Precarious situation right now for 4v-TFD, because they're dropping like flies. Fixes Tyrant has found yet another knock. Tyrant now looking to set up that smoke cover so he can move in a little forward and deny that vision to 4v-TFD while he's at it. Vasi trying to make it out, barely gets knocked out, but still able to get behind cover, so should be able to get revived.
Yeah, but this is something that they did not want, right? Now, considering the fact that Tyrant had to go for it, I think 4v-TFD, they will be back to full HP, as even Danny could have gotten res back up, but Leon, in certain situations like this, making the wrong call out, not working out for him. As Quantum Rage, they join the party as they get the better out of Starboy in that situation. Would of course want to finish that kill for themselves, as Leon, he's not going to step out of cover. He knows that this is such a hot area right now, as almost gets knocked out, as Spark, he's going to keep on hammering all that bullet in the right direction as they've managed to sneak in 2 kills for themselves, Quantum Rage.
That smoke just made it so obvious, Tixes. They knew that as soon as that smoke went down, he's going to go for the revive. The spray came through, and 4VTFD, they were taken away. Quantum Rage now moving in aggressively as they look to not just finish off 4VTFD, but take the high ground in the circle with this compound as well. Making the right moves in the right time. Quantum Rage looking extremely strong as they are, and with this circle taking a bit of an eastern shift as well. A lot of these positions are quite curious to me. Like for example, SALTxi8's bridge control can be quite crucial. The Pioneer control for clarity, that is going to be very interesting. And then finally that hill that Quantum Rage have found themselves on. I want to see how they're able to use it.
Oh yeah, I mean, me too. I would love to see how they capitalize on that situation. But for now, you know, Team Star, they still haven't lost out on anybody. Now, Team Star is the team that managed to get the chicken dinner yesterday as well in the map of Sanhok. Now just hovering around the areas of ruins. A little bit of a pickle is where they find again as now for freestyle. I'm starting to ponder, do they have enough ammunition? And yes, my guess was right. Tyrant just picking up, salvaging as much loot as he possibly could have. And they're still gonna hold on to this little compound they had, but no Spark. How does he do this? How does he create such angles? As now he's gotten the better out of Wasi, but still, you know, Leon is one of the players that he needs to stay focused at.
I think really at this point what Freestyle want to do is just make sure that they don't reveal themselves too much. They are in the circle. Same for Leon OP, but he doesn't have as many options because he knows he's surrounded on both sides. He knows Quantum Rage have got the high ground, knows that Freestyle are right behind him. So I think really the situation is going to be dictated by which team decides to make the first aggressive move, because you can see Quantum Rage, they're continuously making sure that there is no exit for either Freestyle or 4VTFD. And as far as Quantum Rage are concerned, these are just 3 eliminations that they are going to make happen eventually. It's just a matter of time. But, you know, tables can turn real quick, and they almost do on Spark.
You know, this is where, you know, somewhere down the line, not knowingly, 4VTFD and Freestyle, they have to come into collusion. They've got to make sure that they deal with the threat. You know, an enemy of your enemy is your friend. So clearly, they've got to apply that principle in the battlegrounds as well, because now in unison they are dealing with Quantum Rage, right? But at the same time, you can't really be complacent about the fact that Magnus are right at their tails, and they're hearing all that gunshot. They're just waiting for that right moment to strike. But before Magnus do that, look at this shift. Oh my lord, going all the way towards that northeastern side. And SALTxi8 at this point, you know, they would be wondering, had we had 2 of our players alive, you know, we would be contesting for the chicken dinner. As the grounders, they're just going to be proning in outside the circle a little bit. As Magnus, they come closing in. They just won with the nature. The boys from Grounders has Mom to spot it. Shapatar, no, it's the other way around. Since he gets one knock, can he get the second one as well? No, says Adil, as he gets a perfect trade. But where does he go from around here? As he still stays inside the zone. As Shapatar, just when he was wondering that maybe he was out of harm's way, Shapatar gets that knock onto him. As the fight is back again.
The fight is most certainly on, but not just in this location. The circle is taking a very interesting shift towards the eastern side as well. Fixes Shapatar trying to hold on for dear life, but similarly around that Painan area, we've got TUF, Clarity as well as Quantum Rage contesting for control of these compounds now. There's plenty for all 3 teams, but will they be content with having their enemies loitering around quite near them? We'll have to see. Similarly, Regicide tried to get across the bridge. They had SALTxi8 intercept them, but were not able to have that much damage done. But Regicide now able to get behind cover, pushing SALTxi8 into a tiny shack at the edge of that bridge. Will all come down to that next circle shift, especially with so many teams stuck outside the edge. I think the play zone might just play a role in the rest of this game right now.
Oh, look at Quantum Rage. I think they had their plates full, right? Considering they've been taking so many fights, they surely did make a lot of enemies for them, and making so much noise. Clarity made sure that they're not gonna let them walk off alive. But you're gonna feel bad for 420, right? Again, a game where he got eliminated right from the very start, and it's gonna be so frustrating for him, knowing that he's been having back-to-back bad games. The team is not doing relatively good. As Gravity, well, he's gonna get a few knock for himself, as TUF now find themselves in a very comfortable position, as they've got to deal with Clarity and Quantum Rage combined. As from the eastern side of Painan, we do have another squad, but FMR3D in a collision course. Now they've gotten the better out of the situation, really. But Hassan clearly on very low HP. One good grenade from Khan could completely turn the tides, as Zen, he's going to be doing so much massive damage from the backlines. But Khan, look at him go with that grenade, ensuring just wipes out the better out of FMR3D, as Pika will be the last survivor, but just has 3 first aids to work around with, CA.
Yeah, he's surely gonna end up falling prey to this circle, but he's gonna try to hold on as long as he can, especially with, again, the circle taking quite a radical shift, and he's gonna move in real soon, as these players, they need to scramble to get into good locations. Now Pika, he's going to be able to get into the circle barely, but he's got Cairo on his tail. Cairo spots him out, and Pika has no idea where the shots are coming from. FMxR3D will get eliminated, but those shots from Cairo, they reveal Magnus's position, and suddenly they're being pounced upon by Team Star from the bridge. So Magnus not in great water whatsoever, but Team Star trying to cross the river to make it across onto the land. They get pushed on. A player almost knocked out, actually. Just taken some damage. God Fury will be able to survive for now, but for how long, that's the question.
Yeah, but for now, Team Wolf is certainly living up to his standards, right? But Abdullah, he is literally burning. This is where you've got to apply that strategy, drop and roll, and maybe that could work out, as Ali just walks in to his death, as Thor will make sure drops that hammer right at him. A surprising knock and a finish just before he could know what's happening around him, and there's a sudden eerie silence just surrounding the players of TUF, kind of stupefied with what is happening with them, as QWERTY did want to take the fight on. They did a really good job dealing with FMR3D. Now they're gonna have to take a fight against the counterparts, who were also in an engagement course against FMR3D, that is 52 Rage, as Wolverine just barely making it inside the circle. But the question remains, can he survive for long?
Can he fix this indeed? Now, in the current circle, there's 2 compounds, one in control of Regicide, the other in control of SALTxi8, and they are piling the pressure on all of these teams trying to get in. The play zone is claiming player after player after player from very many different squads, and finally it's a team that falls prey, as Quantum Rage will be eliminated. With 17s left on board now, really, it's up to Regicide and STI8 really to find the winner chicken dinner, I think. Despite the fact that they're the teams with a relatively lesser number of players coming into these last few circles, it's that compound control in such an open area that's going to give them such a big advantage.
This is the moment, right? This is the moment where SALTxi8 cannot really throw out this particular game. I mean, this is destined for them. This is all that they needed. They have the 2 players that they want, Uzum and Crypto, the 2 mature players, the 2 experienced bunch. But we do have 52 Rage literally charging at the players of Regicide, who had taken some early losses in the beginning against Team Clarity, as Pharaoh is making such amazing movements. But it's not gonna matter, because now Regicide do know that they're literally above them, as Daku, he's gonna try and lob a grenade inside the compound. Gets that beautiful knock onto It's insane as he's gonna cook another grenade, and this time he's got his eyes set onto its Voltrox, after which they can potentially decide for going after that push, as Daku a little bit unaware about Voltrox's position as he gets that one knock. Can he get the finish? No, says Pharaoh, as he will get the better out of that situation, as H2E somehow managed to keep themselves alive again in the top 3, as SALTxi8 finally stepping out of Den. Do they have what it takes to finally get that winner chicken dinner that they have so been longing for, CA?
I mean, they have to. The other circle, the newer circle as well, favors them completely. The southern shift, only their compound now left in the circle. All of the efforts of 52x Rage in vain, as the circle says nope, but still brilliantly done by them in that fight to make that decisive move. Shut down Redicide, but as you said, again, H2E surviving till that last moment in that top 3, especially with Freestyle getting eliminated quite early this game. They will make a sound move against that top 1 mark if they're able to get the chicken dinner here, because they have the man advantage to try and make it happen.
Oh yeah, you know, one after the other, the players of 52 Rage, they're getting down to the play zone. Surely do not want to give those crucial kill points away. I think that had been the intention all along. As Daku at this point, you know, he would be regretting not collecting a lot of first aids. Could have really gone for a healing battle as he gets spotted out by the players of H2E. Dread taking a few shots at his direction, but it's going to be Uzum who's going to get the better out of this situation, as he not just gets 1 but gets 2 in the process, but instantly get an elimination done, as it all comes down to a 2v1v1 situation. Now clearly SALTxi8 cannot lose from this situation howsoever. There you go, Uzum getting the better out of Hacker as well. They know, they have a slight idea as to where Daku is. All they've got to do is get the finish.
Exactly, they just got to get the finish in the bag right now. Surely this match is made for SALTxi8. Unless Daku is able to pull off the impossible, pull off the 1v2 right now, it doesn't seem likely at all. They're pushing him from multiple fronts, and SALTxi8 will find the winner chicken dinner against all odds, despite losing 2 members quite early. The circle helps them out a little bit, and they finish it off for them.
You know, this is exactly what was needed out of them, right? Do not step out of your cover. Do not make any unwanted mistakes. Just let the zone come in. You know, I've been saying this time and time again. This is such a good team that can defend the centers. You know, their approach into the game could be way different, and finally finding that breakthrough, because they've got that killing potential with the Crypto, with Uzum, with Blade, with Ghost, every single player, even with you know, reviews coming into the squad. That does not take away anything from them, and it took so many games, and finally finding that little success for SALTxi8. Such a huge sigh of relief for the fans, because you know, they've been longing for this moment, and so have the players been. And what a game. And I think Sanhok being one of the surprising matches and the surprising maps so far of the map rosters that we do have, and SALTxi8 seem to have come out through. But H2E gonna give it to these lads again, a very consistent performance, a top 3 finish.
Yeah, exactly, and they're going to be able to cut the gap between themselves and Freestyle to a large extent. I believe the gap was 24 points before this matchup. I'm curious to see what it does end up being, but surely with this winner chicken dinner, SALTxi8 will be making leaps and bounds through that overall ranking. But hey, we'll have to see if they can actually build on this momentum going forward.
Yeah, but you know, all that's gonna happen after this short little break.
Go! It's our chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
Boy, oh boy, what a phenomenal Sanhok plus blotter. SALTxi8 with their chicken dinner.
Exactly. I mean, when it came down to the 4 teams remaining, right? I was looking at H2E, I was looking at SALTxi8. Both of them had 0 elimination points. 0 elimination points is what they had. 52x Rage was sitting comfortably with 7 elimination points, and then from that moment on, Salt of course had the numbers advantage that H2E completely gave away. But yeah, I mean, however you do it, SALTxi8 walking away with the chicken dinner definitely is going to be really, really good. But with that, we do have the MVP coming on right now.
Yeah, we've got Uzum, who's going to end up being the top player. Of course, rightfully so, did most of the damage. You can see how well distributed the lobby was overall, where you've got a player, for example, Gravity from QWERTY making it to that top 2 mark, Shapatar from Gounders, despite their teams getting pushed out quite early. Shapatar with 5 eliminations as well, but just with 257 damage. Sus. Shapatar with a lot of KSs, I believe, right there. And we can see in terms of the head-to-head stats, 52x Rage, they did a lot more damage, they received a lot more damage too, but damage isn't what gets you winner chicken dinners. It really does come down to the right positions, the right ability for a team to hold on, to predict and decide. Like Fixes also said, it also suits their playstyle for SALTxi8, where they're able to hold on to specific compounds or specific areas and then punish teams in their rotations, and I think they did that in a brilliant fashion in this map of Sanhok. So hopefully they're able to continue that, because that's what most fans will want right here. But the diversity in this lobby, you can once again see in terms of the match summary, where highest elims go to Team Grounders, highest damage for SALTxi8, assists for Clarity, and of course the knocks for Quantum Rage, because they were taking fight after fight after fight.
Absolutely were. But once again, I mean, as we move on through to the final game of the day, match number 10 of this first Super Weekend right here at PMPL Pakistan region. Finally, it seems like SALTxi8 are listening, but that too on an off map, that is Sanhok, which is only played once. I mean, if they kind of if they bring that sort of a slow-paced gameplay onto the map of Erangel, SALTxi8 could definitely improve their chances of finding themselves on the top of that leaderboard. But as of now, when it comes down to the match rank in itself, they were looking pretty comfortable with just 4 eliminations, getting that chicken dinner. 19 points to the team will definitely help them solidify their position in the top 5. But as we move on through from that position all the way down to the 16th, 14th, 15th, MetershotxSKY, Magnus, Quantum Rage, FS, R3D. I mean, alright, we can definitely keep FS and Quantum Rage aside, but Magnus, Metershot, 4VTFD and R3D, they have to be called out now. They have to be called out for this is not the playstyle that we anticipated from these teams.
Yeah, exactly. Most certainly is not. FMxR3D especially, where they look to have started this day off on a strong note. It seems to be ending on a downfall, but maybe that's just Sanhok. Maybe they'll be able to push back in the last match of the day that we have in Erangel. A lot of maybes, so we'll have to see what does end up happening. But for now, I think a lot of fans of SALTxi8, even Regicide for that matter, who finished in the top 4, will be quite happy that their teams are bouncing back and keeping, if not the top 3, at least that 3rd to 10th mark still very much volatile.
Definitely, and that itself becomes very, very crucial for these teams to be able to capitalize on this final game of the day, because if you're able to still make that comeback right now, then tomorrow you can continue with that momentum. But if you start at a very far back bench seat, right, back end bench seat, then things are going to be very, very tricky, because the just to be able to boost yourself itself, it becomes very tricky. And with that, as you move on through to SALTxi8's paths that they took as the rotation, as the zone kept on pushing on along, we can see that they tried to kind of find themselves pretty much in the center of the zone, and as the zone shifted away from that and moved into the Painan region, once again they moved away to find themselves into the center. So they had a lot of control as they pushed on from the edge into the center strategy and through from the 3rd zone onwards.
And all this with just 2 players alive. You could see around the 7.5 minute mark, both Blade and Ghost ended up falling prey. I believe it was very, very early in that regard, around that hilly area when they were cut off from their team. So if those 2 players had been alive, it'd been that much easier. But with just Crypto and Uzum, they're able to pull it off and done so brilliantly in terms of their rotation. So I think for SALTxi8, really, what is the outstanding factor from this game that they've got to keep in mind going forward into the rest is sometimes playing slow for zone control, for compound control within a particular zone actually favors them. They don't have to be extremely aggressive all the time.
Definitely, that is going to be the cause for concern for the SALTxi8 players, basically, and that if they can just slow their gameplay down, then there's nothing stopping them. And with that, as we move on through to the Oppo moments, my apologies, we definitely are looking at a lot of fights that started taking place in the first few minutes of the game itself. I mean, this Paradise Resort fight that took forever, and then I believe it was TUF, that joined into the fray as well.
Yeah, exactly. This fight ended up taking forever. It also ended up being the downfall of Quantum Rage, who came in later into another fight between 4v like they were gonna see. But right here is the moment I'm talking about. 3x Esports actually, were the ones to catch out SALTxi8 quite early, and then this is what I'm talking about. Quantum Rage in a similar long fight, the way that early one was between MetershotxSKY, 52 Rage and TUF. Quantum Rage here was stuck in a trinity between 4v and Freestyle, and it affected their rotations. They ended up getting their hands in too many pies at once, and the jar closed in on their hands, and they got punished later on in their rotations. But similarly, I think for all of these teams, what really messed them up in the long term was their prediction of where the zone would go, and that's why SALTxi8 got it bang on quite early.
Definitely, and that is something that when it comes down to the map of Sanhok, you have to be, again, a little lucky as well. I mean, you can kind of anticipate where the zone is going to be, but if you make that early rotation, only then can you prosper. If you end up relying on that late rotation, till then, the zone is going to be so very constricted. So many teams are already going to be jam-packed into that, so it becomes very, very difficult to enter the zone, as we saw in the latter half of this game.
Yeah, exactly. And really, at this point, I think for SALTxi8, this is a moment of redemption, a moment of clarity for them to remember, hey, you know what, we're one of the top teams coming into the PMPL Pakistan spring season, so we'll have to see if they're able to build on it. But you can see the damage graph quite well distributed, like especially for teams like Star, Freestyle, Quantum,
especially for H2E.
Oh my god, H2E meanwhile.
I mean, they're sitting on the 3rd position in this match ranking. Mind you, right? They're sitting on the 3rd position in this match ranking.
Oh boy.
That itself kind of showcases and indicates that, you know, there are different ways of playing the same game and reaching the end result. I mean, wow. This is a first for me.
Yeah. Oh boy. I mean, at this point, really, I think for the side of Team H2E, it's all about consistency, and they're delivering. So,
hey, that's all. Not all.
Yeah, exactly. So, I think they're able to make it happen and really prove that once again they're a team that is in it for the money, with respect to continuously pushing forward, getting their best foot down, and making sure that they're able to get an advantage, get an ability in terms of the end of this super weekend and where they stand. So we'll have to see how far they're able to go with this consistency in this last match of Erangel. Maybe pick up a chicken dinner while they're at it, or maybe we see a similar approach from them. But you can see the gap most certainly has decreased, but the grounders actually making some big moves. 3-spot jump for them into that 3rd spot, and similarly for SALTxi8 into that 6th spot as they get the chicken dinner.
Finally get the chicken dinner. Of course, on the other front, when it comes down to the grounders and QWERTY, they haven't gotten a chicken dinner, and they're sitting at 82 and 80 points comfortably. But Team H2E, no matter what one says, I mean, they are closing in the gap. Quantum Rage have 3 chicken dinners. They're only at 126 points, whereas Team H2E with 1 chicken dinner are sitting at 108 points. So not a big difference between these two as well. And then from 2nd position onwards, the grounders and the H2E difference is a decent amount. But all the way from the 1st page, as we move on through to the 2nd page, is where we shall see where are these teams lacking. We've got QWERTY Esports still stuck on that 11th position. Magnus Esports, 4v Team TUF, Regicide 3x, they're all sitting exactly where they were earlier as well. I mean, not the play that we, of course, anticipated from the likes of Magnus from the side of 4v who were looking kind of consistent. Team TUF, they've had ups and downs. Regicide, no idea where their mindset is at right now.
Yeah, I think Regicide just having a down weekend so far. They did get the 4th place finish in the map of Sanhok, so in that regard definitely decent, but you can see the gap built in their previous bad form in the last few matches today as well as yesterday did end up meaning that no position jumps yet, but all it takes is 1 chicken dinner to try and make it happen. I think if they get a 30-point chicken dinner, for example, they'll definitely make it onto the 1st page. But similarly for QWERTY, not so clear with what is going wrong for them. They're still in that 11th spot. They gained 1 spot over Magnus, yes, but it's not something they're going to be happy about considering the fact that this is the team that finished second during our first week league stage.
Exactly, and that of course shows the kind of play style and the mindset that these teams end up playing with in the league plays compared to the super weekends, and that is so crucial as well, because right here, every chicken dinner you're walking away with $500, you're getting those points accumulated for yourself, and the teams who have not been able to participate, if they're able to participate in the next upcoming super weekend, the second super weekend, then they will be starting at the back roll altogether itself. But again, I mean, what sort of a back roll are we talking about? We've got 3x sitting at 26 points, which again, one good game can definitely boost you into that lead. Up above from them is Team TUF, the likes of 52x. 52x has still moved on. Magnus, yeah, the point difference that should have been anticipated in the Super Weekend, 2 days almost coming to an end, and not a big leap being created, especially from the likes of Magnus, Clarity, and others. But with that, they get one more opportunity on day number 2 of the Super Weekend, the first Super Weekend right here at PMPL Pakistan region, and that game is going to be on the map of Erangel. So now, can we see a comeback story from TMW? What?
Hey, I think it's just the map chance aspect.
Yeah, it's just the map chance, right? Yeah, that's what I was like.
Despite not being in the Super Weekend, guys, you can go ahead and ignore that factor. But I think H2E is one that I've instantly got my eyes on. You can see in terms of points and eliminations per minute, their stats are quite close by, highlighting the team's balanced approach when it comes to at least their performance so far. And I think really that balanced approach is what they're going to look for to try and reduce the gap even further between them and Quantum Rage, who's still quite comfortably sitting in that number 1 slot, and not much threat to them with the exception of H2E.
Exactly, 128 points to the name of Quantum Rage, and this final game also, I don't know why I get the feeling, could very well be shining down towards the Quantum Rage side. I mean, they're genuinely getting a lot of moolah from all of this, right? I mean, yesterday they got 2 chicken dinners, today they've already got 1 chicken dinner, $1,500 already in the bank. What's stopping them from getting that converted into $2,000 perhaps? And this final game is the only nail that they need to cross over to get that confirmed. But in the front, of course, we do want to be able to see QWERTY Esports bring in that sort of a play style as well. Again, I mean, see, I would ask you, where do you think is QWERTY lacking, dude? I mean, in terms of the fights that they're taking, or in terms of the rotation that they're making, or what do you think could be the cause, the root cause for QWERTY sitting on that 11th position?
I think it's just small mistakes there. In every single game, we've seen small mistakes that hamper them from playing their natural game. And they're the sort of squad that really needs their entire squad on the same page to find success. It feels like one player gone awry and the entire game plan just falls apart.
Exactly.
And in the last 2 matches, at least, that has been exactly what's happened. 420 boy getting caught out really early has just hampered QWERTY's chances in the rest of the lobby.
Exactly, which is so weird to see. I mean, from the likes of Malik and all, we definitely anticipated a little bit more. But anyways, it is what it is. It is a game after all. Some lose, some wins. It's all good because this is a 1 month long affair, right? The first 3 weeks we're looking at league play days, we're looking at all the 5 groups, and we're looking at all of these teams participating in the Super Weekends. But slowly and steadily, that number, the 3-week count number, is going to start dwindling down. And as it does, the teams that are going to be finding themselves at the back end are going to feel that pressure that much more. But right now, with the final game flight path on our screens, the pilot has taken off. Erangel is going to be the map. And right off the bat, we're once again starting off from the south, and military base is where we take the flight off from. And then we move all the way north towards Kamishki. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is the same exact flight path that we saw in the 3rd game of the day.
Yeah, almost the exact same.
Almost same, right? Yeah.
So we'll have to see if teams also continue on the same exact drop locations, or maybe it's time to get creative. You know, maybe it's time to experiment a little bit with your drops and just try to contest the team directly, because of course it is the last match here right now of our day 2 of the Super Weekend. So it's high time that teams that are not able to find success find some sort of switch up in their playstyle, because if you're in the bottom half and so far it hasn't worked for you, there's no reason for your standard playstyle to find success in this final game.
Absolutely, and you know what? I just realized one thing, dude. We keep on pushing for these teams like Magnus and SALTxi8 and Clarity to be able to, get their chicken dinner, to be able to every single time be in the top 5 or the top pole position altogether itself. But I just realized, these teams, they do know what is at stake. They do know it's a long-fledged affair. And so maybe they're taking it slow in the initial week of the entire league altogether. And then as the league progresses on from the first Super Weekend to the second, the teams are probably going to get that much more serious because they will start to make that much more of an understanding of their opponents. But wait, what the? Team Star and Freestyle making some bumper car action play right here.
No, but Freestyle and TUF, okay. We've got a very interesting start to our final game. First, I was shocked by the circle, which has about almost 50% of the initial circle is in water, which is ridiculous. And then to top on that, we've got first that bumping car routine between two teams, and then you had TUF Thor hitching a ride in Freestyle's car. He got shut down nice and early, so a thrilling start to our final match here in day 2 of the Super Weekend.
Absolutely is, and I would love to see the map on our screens because it is going to be Clarity who jumped away from the ferry pier to get onto the military base right off the bat as they look at the zone, and this is where SALTxi8 have a little bit of home cleaning to do because their military base is being compromised. And so will they be able to stop Clarity in their stops or not? And along with that, the final game of the day, dude, with the PP Bison in Vasi's hand, it seems like this is going to be an aggressive stance, an aggressive final game showcased from this lobby where a lot of fights, a lot of shots are being showcased, but as of now, the kill or the elimination point has not really, or knock even, has not been confirmed, where Freestyle's Vasi cooking a perfectly set up nade could be the end of 3x's player, but it was a bit too far off, and that will not result in anything hunky-dory. But sadly, FS Vasi will be knocked, and FS are not going to be able to give that revival. Ali definitely looking pretty comfortable with that and is going to be moving on to the leftward flank, it seems like, to confirm that elimination point for his team. There we go. Run over and okay, just a little bit more, and there we go. Okay, just a little bit more, and and as Ali does that, it seems like Malik OP has different idea in his mind. With the DP in his hand, he has definitely retaliated, and in doing so, Miracle from 3x has been brought down. So one trade from each of these teams is what this fight has resulted in, where FS has lost one of their players, that's going to be Vasi, and Miracle has been knocked and perhaps even been confirmed. No, not yet. Miracle is still holding on to his D life.
I mean, I know I asked teams to let loose a little bit because it's the final match, but in this case, like, they've just opened the entire dam and like, okay, hey, commence the flood of playing loose instantly. We're talking about playing loose. I was talking about how a team like, for example, Clarity, who's in the bottom half, need to try to switch up their positions to try and make something happen. They've done that by not going to their standard Georgiapol area, instead coming down to Ferry Pier. But back to this fight right now, his Tyrant is living up to his name. He shut down multiple players, and if he's able to pull off this fight, still, you can see 2 of his players are very much alive, so the resurrection is possible. Now for 3x, Cronus can't do the same because his players are in very much an advanced position, so getting the revive on not so easy. So instead, Cronus is looking for a bit of a flank. He's trying to get some information for himself, and he hasn't got much just yet. Now, Kaizen and Miracle have got back up on their feet. They have got the health online as well. So, the man advantage still very much present for 3x. They're going to get Ali back on his feet as well. So, Freestyle, I think the smart decision right now here is to just get on out of here. You don't have the man advantage. Don't fight.
That's exactly what they seem to be doing as well, and that is definitely a good decision from the side. On the other front, for the side of 3x, they held their fort very neatly. They did not let the aggression from FS pincer them down and hold their fort against them, even though they were at the back end. And now it seems like Cronus almost with his M4 was able to confirm that, and it seems like Kaizen will be the man who will push on along to confirm that elimination. With that, FS Black, FS Tyrant, and all the other players from the side of Freestyle will be eliminated. Freestyle did showcase that early aggression, but it has definitely been repented against them, and it is going to be 3x, looking pretty comfortable. 15 teams surviving with that as we move on through to MetershotxSKY Mary. This dude has been on our screens quite a lot from the side of MetershotxSKY, and rightfully so, with 0.5 of an HP. Voltrix was brought down to his knees thanks to, of course, the mini control from Mary. But dude, that was 0.25% of an health HP that was left for him. But it's all good as long as he's able to get his revival back. And of course, he will still hold that angle against the players of Regicide.
Yeah, and these fights are going to be so crucial for the rest of the match. The bridge control fights that we're going to see ensuing, given the way this circle has positioned itself. So for MetershotxSKY, winning this fight can be extremely valuable, and which is why you can see them moving on in an aggressive manner. Healthy catches with a piece of util in his hand. A piece of util cooked perfectly for MetershotxSKY as Killian goes in for the kill. Regicide are most likely gone and done for the Dusters, and it's exactly that. Regicide will be eliminated from the lobby as MetershotxSKY takes sole control of the eastern bridge, a huge power point in their hands.
You have to commend them. The approach that MetershotxSKY had, Mary in the flank angle on the edge, right, of the island altogether, whereas all three players, Halsey, Ash, as well as Kian, were setting themselves up individually across the bridge altogether. And this is where the early bumper car situation happened, where TUF Thor thought he was on for a jolly ride, but that jolly ride resulted in Thor getting definitely eliminated from the lobby. And of course, that was the early first blood situation that we saw. But as we moved on away from that, quite a lot of fights have taken place. And, well, for now, it is going to be MetershotxSKY looking pretty comfortable as they have the control of that ferry pre bridge.
A lot of teams are trying to cross into the Sosnovka Island through the water instead of the bridges, which is smart when you think about the fact that the bridges can be quite deadly. But you can see SALTxi8, they predicted this, and they're sitting on the shorefront waiting for teams like Star to fall into their trap. Now Star, they're being very, very sneaky, but I see the head popping out, and I'm sure Blade does too. He has the piece of util in his hand, and actually he's going to pull out the gun. He knocks down one player, make that two, and he's going to find the eliminations as well, most likely with his next clip.
Oh, come on, there we go. He is absolutely in control. Emerge goes down as well. God. 3 players down. Blade is on a fire, on a rampage right now, where Osama and, of course, Emerge are just waiting for that revival. But Team Star's Hunk, he's like, nah, dude, I don't want none of that. I am backing out of this situation. Uzum pushing on along to try and take on the fight to the face of the final player of Team Star, but it seems that will not be happening for now. But again, I mean, where and how far away can Hunk even go? There we have it. That is going to be the end of the side of Team Star, where I8 walk away with 4 elimination points. So GG play from their side, but now the military base, which is theirs, they have to defend it. There are so many teams who are going to be jumping here because when you look at that zone, the zone is going to be constricting. Who would have thought? Southwestern side of that military base, and that is where the grounders are finding themselves in the center, and Clarity are also right around side in the vicinity.
What is this circle, man?
It's a super weekend circle, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they've been giving us standard circles all day just to, hit us with the cake at the end.
Exactly.
This is just beautiful because you got 3 teams on land in that circle. Clarity and Team Grounders right now in a fight to secure that southern shoreline for themselves. Clarity going in for the slam, and they've finished off Team Grounders. Our Titans, the teams we've talked about so much to a large extent, the teams who have been down in the gutters for a large part of this weekend are starting to fight back strong now. SALTxi8 though, this is a fight to talk about. Blade with the prediction play. I mean, all of SALTxi8 was guarding the shoreline. Blade, he got the reward of Star emerging right in front of him, but single-handedly taking down an entire squad. That's insane.
Exactly. All 4 members, thanks to him, have been eliminated. With that, I would like for the producers to showcase the map, actually, because when it comes to the map, I do want to bring up the likes of 52X who are making a very late rotation from the northeastern front of the map. We've got Quantum Rage, who have now reached Primorsk and are looking for a boat to be able to make that water rotation from the looks of it. And with that, 3x and the likes also making their way from the main island onto the military base itself, where MetershotxSKY are going to be waiting for them down through the Novoproy bridge.
Oh, this bridge control again. So important. SALTxi8, you can see the way they spread themselves out. It's all about denying access to the island. One player on the bridge, two players on the western shoreline, one more player right next to the bridge, next to the shoreline, so players can't get through. And it's getting teams like Quantum Rage, like Magnus stuck in. But on the eastern side, similar story for teams like TUF, for FMxR3D, for 3x. They're all stuck on this one bridge. They just can't get across. And even though this is one of the earlier circles, it still does some damage and it prevents you from moving in. It gets you stuck in that tiny location. So you've got to get the moves on, you've got to get the decisive action on, and MetershotxSKY, they're denying them the ability to do any of that. Gatekeeping to the most extent and extracting value again and again, MetershotxSKY.
Oh, well, look at that. TUF deciding to go back and try maybe a different rotation, maybe a water rotation from the looks of it. And that is something that H2E is also apparently looking forward to. 52x Rage finally moving away from the Solberg and now getting into through to the zone itself. But as that goes on along, it is going to be 3x who are going to be holding on that fort, and that is where they are going to be converting that into some elimination points for themselves, but not before R3D has a little bit of say to the fight together themselves, because Miracle and Ali have definitely been punished for the aggression that was being showcased from the side of 3x. But now it is about getting that revival done and getting into the comfort of the zone, because that thing is 2,000 meters away from these teams. And finally, we have the map, and look at that. From the northeastern front, H2E, 52x Rage. I mean, there are so many teams that are hunkered down over there trying to make that rotation through one bridge. This is going to be chaos through and through. And R3D is right there as well.
3x under a lot of pressure by FMxR3D. Kaizen trying to survive, but he will not for long. Anubis touched him down. But the rest of his team, they're just trying to make it on out of that. I think Cronus is the last player surviving. Just trying to find some way of finding it out of there. But similarly, on the western front for Quantum Rage and Magnus, they're stuck in the water with each other. They're not going to be able to hold on. But SALTxi8 is like the lighthouse right now. They're waiting and waiting and waiting for these exact teams to come by. But they can't wait for too much longer. So it's going to become a game of patience. Whereas on the eastern front, all of those teams on that eastern bridge that were stuck in that choke point are starting to make their way in. And QWERTY have positioned themselves along the highway waiting for these teams to come in. So suddenly that eastern front of the circle is going to turn into an absolute massacre. But oh, okay, Mom2 ends up downing himself as SALTxi8 finally get rewarded for their patience.
Well, they definitely do, and they have just been holding on to this edge because they knew that there would be a team or two from the ferry pier through to the Primorsk making that water rotation, or trying to at least, and that is exactly what has been rewarded in terms of the Magnus Esports' playstyle. And of course, it was SALTxi8 who get that elimination point. But dude, what a zone! What a way to end day number 2 of the Super Weekend right here at Pakistan Region, because nobody could have predicted this crazy zone being showcased right here in the final game. And again, it's not done. The fights continue on. A lot of third parties being connected, and it is going to be R3D. Whoa!
Okay.
So that happened. Okay.
Wow. Just straight up.
That reaction point, that reaction time, that was in silver seconds, dude. Wow.
And Magnus Esports have been eliminated. I don't even think by any particular team. Yeah, I think it's mostly just by the play zone. They just didn't have place to rotate from. SALTxi8, meanwhile, have finally got themselves out of that shoreline into some high ground, while QWERTY are holding on for dear life in this compound because they're surrounded by all of these squads coming in with the late rotations. And talking about late rotations, man, 52x Rage, all of this chaos is going on, all of this
they don't care.
Helter-skelter play. Yeah, exactly. All of this like madness in the lobby. Meanwhile, 52x Rage be like, oh, we were just chilling in Solber, so yeah, we are here now. We'll turn around, we'll smack you in the face with the easy reaction flick, and then we'll continue on to the circle. This is standard, bro. What are you guys doing?
Exactly, don't enrage us. That's all there is to it. We're chilling, we're having a fun time. You enrage us, you definitely be ready to take that bullet in the head. And that's exactly that was showcased from the side of 52x Rage just a couple of minutes ago. With that, 9 teams remaining, 15 minutes into this game. What a chaotic hell mess is this game. With that, into the center of the zone, we do have Clarity, who once again have gotten that 2-man split, and Quantum are still sticking to that water rotation. We do see Spark along with his teammate making that water rotation, but they have to be careful because TUF as well as Clarity are going to be minding the edge of that waterway.
I wonder if we can get a look at the map real quick, because I'm noticing Quantum Rage going for the long rotation in the water, and actually maybe towards the airdrop, which I thought no one would get their hands. It would be hilarious if they do. We're talking about hilarious right now. 3x Esports actually will be the ones getting eliminated by SALTxi8. Now Quantum Rage are not even a boat. They're on a jet ski going for the long rotation. They will ignore the airdrop. Okay, fair enough. But they're going for the long rotation towards the eastern front, away from the cliffs towards the shoreline where they can climb up from. Meanwhile, SALTxi8 are just shutting down 52x Rage and making them pay for their late rotation.
Dude, but little does Quantum Rage know that H2E is going to be waiting on that beach, on that pristine, clean bridge for them. And, well, it seems like H2E will be ran away from that because Team TUF's Abdullah is going to be trying a little bit of spray technique onto H2E's players, where H2E will definitely get themselves away from that position, but it seems not for long, because Dread, as soon as they stopped, he has been downed, and his teammate Pan has also taken a lot of damage, and that's all thanks to Team QWERTY's Wolverine. But SALTxi8 are like, wait, dude, what? You're in a back alley? Not allowed. We need that chicken. We need the elimination points, and here we are to claim the throne. 8 elimination points already confirmed for the side of SALT8, and there is nothing stopping them because they are rolling across like a steamroller on this military island right now.
Yeah, they've taken the momentum of that chicken dinner and the fact that this circle was formed around their home ground in Sosnovka perfectly well. They're shutting down teams left, right and center. They've got 10 elimination points for themselves already, which is quite insane. SALTxi8 dominating this lobby right now, and in that northern front piling on the pressure on every single team. Meanwhile, H2E has been eliminated, and you can see in that southern part of this circle near the land, you've got Clarity, TUF all holding on, while Quantum Rage are sneaking in through the water. Now again, SALTxi8, it can get quite sketchy quite fast here. If they separate, they have to make sure they stay together as a unit, and they're doing so very, very well. You see effectively a 2-2 split with each player watching a different angle, covering each other's backs beautifully. SALTxi8 look in great control to try and translate this early momentum into maybe more. But there we go, Quantum Rage finally getting their hands on a water airdrop. What are they going to do with it though in the water? Just like, hey, cool, I have nice weapon. Now I'm going to sit in the water and not shoot it.
Well, I mean, you never know. You never know. There might be a possibility that they might be just able to get themselves known into the lobby from the waterways. There is a stark possibility. On the other front, when it comes down to SALTxi8, I mean, this team, there is no stopping them. This team is back in action, dude, and they want to be able to just completely paint the entirety of this battleground in red, because that is what they're doing with 11 elimination points confirmed. Blade was down for a minor second, and as soon as he was down, he was picked up from his teammates, and with that, SALTxi8, 11 eliminations confirmed, all 4 players still surviving. Team TUF from the back ends, 0 eliminations for their side, are trying to bring in a third party situation, but not being allowed to do so, and 52x Rage is faster. The final man will be brought down to his knees thanks to Uzim, and that includes the end and demise of 52x Rage. Thus, we're left with 5 teams and SALTxi8. This team is behemoth in this lobby right now.
Yeah, in just our 5th circle too, we've got 5 teams only left in this lobby, and it doesn't seem like this action is going to slow down whatsoever, especially with SALTxi8 pedal to the metal. Now they've got no teams near them whatsoever, but they are going to have spotted out the last few members of QWERTY trying to run away, and Ghost looking to shut them down, gets a ton of damage onto them in that regard. Now 420 boy himself, he's been itching for this action, eliminated as the first member in the last two lobbies, able to get some from himself, piling that pressure onto TUF. And QWERTY, it seems like it's from fire, or from frying pan into the fire, because they ran from SALTxi8 into the hands of TUF.
Well, they definitely have, but you know what I wanted to bring your attention down to, and sorry to cut you off earlier, it was down to Quantum. You look at Spark, you look at Alpha, they've made that water rotation, but look onto the map now. JD, he's on the land, dude. He's on the land, and he's opening the portal for Quantum Rage's players to enter the lobby, to enter the zone, to enter the arena where Team QWERTY and SALTxi8 and Clarity are battling it all out, but it all provides an absolutely perfect opening for Quantum Rage to enter the comfort of the land from the water and get their establishment set up.
You can see a ton of pressure right now, and Team QWERTY and SALTxi8 have also joined the fray. They moved in aggressively. They, at this point, they're like, well, we'll take out QWERTY and we'll take TUF as buy one, get one free. Wolverine will get run over as Uzum is moving in for the kill. Gravity, though, able to dodge that moving vehicle barely, and able to shut down Uzum right now. Can he find the 1v1 against Crypto? He cannot, and Crypto is on an absolute rampage. He's eliminated QWERTY from this lobby, and just like that will turn his attention to TUF. But I 100% agree with your point, Blotter, because Quantum Rage, they've got a huge area, a huge swath of land for themselves, and now they're suddenly looking in a great position to try and pull off the impossible.
Absolutely are, but the momentum that SALTxi8 are pushing on along with Crypto with 5 elimination points, his teammate, I think it was Blade, with 8 elimination points, and with that perfectly set up crosshair, Zibian bring in a Kraken headshot, bringing down Blade, but not for long because his teammates are going to be right around the vicinity, and it seems like Team TUF, they have an idea about Quantum Rage, or at least it seemed like they were pushing on to get those elimination points against Quantum Rage, but let's see what the entire ruckus from TUF is about.
I'm not sure if Quantum Rage can actually get into the land in the area they're in, because they're cliffs, right? So they have to go all the way around into the hands of SALTxi8, and they're probably going to end up dying there, because SALTxi8 are on an absolute rampage. You can see already in terms of eliminations, they've got themselves into the 4th position, and maybe even more if they get that chicken dinner now. TUF certainly have an idea that there's a couple players below them, and because of this pressure applied and SALTxi8's rotations, Quantum Rage might just get away with it, because SALTxi8 have left that shoreline, they're moving on further, and TUF trying to hunt Quantum Rage, while Quantum Rage have sneakily swam away from this area towards the shoreline, and TUF are going to get caught off guard instead.
Well, and keep it in mind, Quantum Rage, these are not the only two players, Alpha and Spark. There's one more player, JD, who is going to be holding on the western front at the edge. And what a perfectly set up nade coming in from the side of Ghost, and Dani goes down. Clarity, who are looking so very much in control of this fight against SALTxi8, are definitely being pushed on back end, because 15 elimination points is still not enough for SALTxi8 as they premise on forth to get a chicken dinner with at least 20 elimination points from the looks of it.
Spark and Alpha, though, will end up going down to the play zone and get eliminated most likely right here. So it's all up to JD to try and pull off a miracle right now, and JD might end up surprising the heck out of Clarity. If he factors into this fight between SALTxi8 and Clarity perfectly right now. Danny is finished off. Teen Wolf has been down, and JD comes in and finishes off the beyond. Clarity stuck in a pincer movement, but JD gets finished off himself by 420 boy, and Quantum Rage has been eliminated. But JD has most certainly done his job for SALTxi8, at least in terms of granting them a free victory, because with Clarity left in tatters, there's no contest for SALTxi8 in this lobby.
Absolutely none whatsoever at all. Where indeed from the side of TUF, we've got 2 players surviving. From the side of Clarity, we had Teen Wolf, but of course there's no revival being available from that side. So 420 boy will be the one final nail in the coffin that SALTxi8 are going to have to push on against. But right now, the TUF team, the 2 players from the side of TUF, they are being very, very quiet. Edgar and Abdullah, the 2 players, the final 2 players from the side of that team who are holding on that fort. But look at, Team SALTxi8, they've got 16 elimination points, 2 in the name of Ghosts. We did see earlier Crypto and Blade, they were also on a completely different tally of their own, and they are trying to slowly walk on towards getting this chicken dinner that nobody can stop them from. Of course, we did see TmwEsports from the side of QWERTY, who was knocked, but again, there's no possibility for 420 Boy to give that revival, so he's going to have to wait it out. And TUF, though, I mean, they're being very, very cheeky. They've not even entered the zone if you look onto the minimap on the top right-hand side. So that is something that it seems like all these three teams are waiting for. Who will make that first leap to get into the zone? As somebody does, the information will be retaliated and given away. And that is when maybe SALTxi8 or QWERTY or TUF for that matter could bring in a massive blow against each other.
Almost definitely. And the way SALTxi8 have positioned themselves across this lobby, you can see for them this might end up being one of the biggest winner chicken dinners that we've seen across PMPL Pakistan week 1.
We've seen 19 as the highest, right? In terms of the elimination points? In terms of the elimination points, I'm saying we've seen only 19 from freestyle. That was the highest chicken dinner elimination point game.
Yeah, I think we saw a 34-point game. So if they get all 3 of these remaining eliminations, they will end up getting a 35-point game, I believe. SALTxi8, we'll have to see. I'm not 100% sure, so we'll find out real quick right now. But they certainly look in control of this. Now, Abdullah trying to throw in some utility and not landing anywhere close, but potentially alerting SALTxi8 to TUF's presence, because you can see Ghost has turned around. He's making sure that they're not getting flanked on now. It's all about this final circle starting creep in. Crypto will shut down 420 Boy, and this will be the moment now for SALTxi8 to get aggressive and shut down TUF immediately, not give them a chance to sneak up on them.
Absolutely, there's no way that SALTxi8 can take that sort of a chance. And the 3-man army from the Safed. Oh wow, turn my words, it is going to be a 2-man squad where Edgar is going to try and retaliate against that push coming in from Salt. And indeed, it is Crypto who's brought down to his knees. A 2v1 situation suddenly is what this has turned out to be. Ghost all by his lonesome. Abdullah trying to push on and through to the smoke itself. But Ghost busy trying to get that revival, that is it. And right now, no, that's not a revival, but he is definitely going to be wanting to take that chicken, but not going to be allowed. Because Team TUF out of nowhere, Abdullah and Edgar out of their bits take this game for themselves. Nobody in their right mind could have anticipated this sort of a play being showcased with a 3v2 situation. But boy oh boy, Team TUF make a comeback, in fact I should say, in style with 3 elimination points and a chicken dinner. 18 points to this team. Oh, wonderful turn of events in this final game.
In all of those 3 elimination points,
yes, exactly. In the final few moments, that's it. There was nothing. There was no other contribution from the side. But hey yo, nothing can be taken away from that, because we did call for it, right? As the day started off, we were talking about we want to be able to see some comeback stories, and here you have it. You've got TUF making that bird comeback.
And given the fact that there's a significant prize associated with each winner chicken dinner that you get in the Super Weekend, it's really important for Team TUF. They're able to push in out of nowhere, get that chicken dinner for themselves, and secure this one in the bag. SALTxi8 getting caught off guard. Abdullah shutting them down. Beautifully done by Team TUF. They lurked in the shadows. They waited for their moment, and when it came, they pounced like cheetahs.
Absolutely, that seemed like a SALTxi8 game through and through. But as soon as SALTxi8 started moving away from those smokes, of course Team TU had the information then. They were just waiting. And that patience definitely paid off from the side of Edgar. But before we talk about any of those things, let's move on through to a short little break. We're going to be right back.
Go! It's your chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
What a game it was, Blotter, for our final match. Team TUF picking up that winner, chicken dinner.
Again, I mean, you talk about the zone, you talk about the way the teams were forced to make that rotation, you talk about SALTxi8 holding on to that edge, waiting for teams to make that rotation. They saw a couple of them, brought them down to the knees, and then moved on back to get into the comfort of the zone. And once they entered the zone, it was theirs for the take-in. But in the end, TUF just somehow taken it by surprise. I am definitely flabbergasted by that performance from TUF, but nothing taken away from SALTxi8's play as well, as they walked away with quite a lot of elimination points. 8 elimination points in the name of Blade altogether himself, with 6 knocks and 1 assist. And of course, his teammates are going to be right here as well, where Crypto joining into the fray is also going to be chiming in with 6 elimination points. And then comes Team QWERTY's Wolverine and 420 Boy from QWERTY Esports, followed in with Edgar from Team TUF. Now, Edgar, of course, this is the final moments of this game, where we did see Team TUF walk in with the 3 elimination points. And I think these are the 3 points.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe, right? Maybe, yeah.
So Team TUF, 3 LMs for them, all of them were SALTxi8. Where SALTxi8, on the other hand, you can see they had a monstrous lobby right here with 18 LMs to their name. And yeah, if they had gotten those final 2 eliminations from TUF, it would have been a 20 elimination game with 15 points coming in from first place, which would have set the record for our PMPL Pakistan so far at least. But sheesh, man, the amount of damage done by SALTxi8 in the lobby, showing exactly what this team is capable of, when that's especially when that circle is around their primary area.
Exactly, and this was so crucial a game for the side of SALTxi8 as well as for the side of Team TUF as well. But as you move on through, look at this match summary. I mean, or rather, don't look at it if you're any other team than SALTxi8, because it's just dominated by Blade and Uzum. That is it. Highest assist coming in, just 2. This 2, that's going to be for Uzum. But again, all the other fronts are taken over by, of course, Blade. I mean, 8 highest elimination. Crypto coming in with his teammate. Again, it's just bonker turn of events for the side of SALTxi8 in this final game. In fact, the 2 games, right? Sanhok as well as this one.
Yeah. What a last couple of games by SALTxi8. I think they've got themselves into that 3rd spot because of this performance in the overall rankings. But Team TUF, they will be extremely happy. They were in the bottom half of the table before this, and while this may not, because of course it wasn't a lot of elimination points, while this may not mean that they propel themselves into the first half of the page, it's some significant strides in trying to make that happen for Team TUF. But yeah,
this is how it started. Really. And then who would have thought TUF would get the chicken dinner at the wow is what this game has been from the start, from the zone till the end, as it moved all the way through to the chicken.
Yeah, exactly. What an absolute thriller of a game this has been. I hope that in our final day of the Super Weekend tomorrow we get games only like this.
Exactly, right? Every single game, every single map has to be like this, where the zone is unpredictable, is completely out of the blue, and definitely pushing these teams on a completely different envelope than they would have anticipated to be a part of the final day of the Super Weekend. But anyways, that's stretching ourselves a bit too thin, because for now, when it comes down to the play itself that has been made on day number 2, I am pretty happy. I mean, we did see resurrection from the side of FMxR3D. We definitely do see that same resurrection from the side of H2E as well as Team TUF. And first chicken dinner for the side of SALTxi8. So a GG day definitely for these teams.
Yeah, exactly. A chicken dinner as well as a brilliant performance in their last match will give them a hefty chunk of points coming in to day 3 and give them a shot at potentially finishing in the top 1, if not top 2 position itself after the end of this Super Weekend. So we'll see if they are able to make that push happen. And similarly for Freestyle, they started off the last few days strong, but haven't necessarily found that momentum, so maybe they can push back in day 3. But I think I'm really curious to see how the overall ranking does end up being at the end of this particular matchup, because you can see this was mainly domination by SALTxi8. It looked like QWERTY was the team that was going to contest them, but it was Quantum Rage in JD. That lone elimination that Quantum Rage got ended QWERTY's chance of contesting SALTxi8.
Absolutely, and again, to talk about teams that have been performing, that is what we've been bringing up. But now, to bring up teams that have not performed, the two teams that come to my name definitely are going to be Regicide as well as Magnus. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think really underperforming to a large extent, and they will be left behind. And we'll have to see,
time.
Can they pick it up in day 3? Because if they don't, then suddenly teams like Quraysh, teams like XGeneration, who didn't make it to this Super Weekend, who will be hungry for success going into the second week, will be looking out for teams like that they perform well in the next league stage and then come back in the Super Weekend and try to hunt down these teams that are in the lower half of the bracket. Because remember, only the top 16 teams make it to the grand finals. But talking about SALTxi8, as you can see, they've crossed that 100-point mark. They've got themselves into that 3rd slot and are immediately going to start challenging Team H2E for that 2nd spot. And not too far behind from the QWERTY themselves. And QWERTY, on the other hand, with that 2nd spot, getting themselves at least onto this first page with that 10th spot. Maybe they can build on this tomorrow.
Absolutely can. On the other front, talking about MetershotxSKY, another A-OK day coming in from the side of this team, wherein when the day started off, MetershotxSKY was sitting at 62 points, and now they're sitting at 88 points. So a decent outing from their play as well, but definitely a boost up from the side of the Grounders, where they started off the day with only 45 points, and then they finish off with 80 plus points in the top 5. So definitely a wonderful day for the side of the Grounders. But the second page is where things are turning out to be a little bit grim, where once again, in fact not once again, again and again, we're just looking at these teams. 52x Rage, alright, QWERTY has moved up and 52x Rage has been brought down, but there's not a big difference between that 10th to the 11th position in terms of the points. But then after that, we've got Team TUF, Magnus Esports, 4vx TFT, Regicide, 3x. They're all trying, but they need to try harder. They definitely need to try a lot harder, and tomorrow will be their jam. And if they're not able to make it, then things are going to get that much more trickier for these teams from the second Super Weekend onwards. But that again is a day away. We still have 5 more games to go. That will take place tomorrow. So we'll see what that brings. But Team TUF, well, they're kind of climbing the ladder. 58 points, 6 points shy from that 11th position.
And I think things are looking especially grim for Team Regicide as well as 3x Esports, because they're around that 30-point mark, whereas everyone else is around 50, 55, 60, 70, like QWERTY is on the first page. So it's still within that 20-point gap that you can make with one chicken dinner, but 30 to 70, that's a big gap. You can't really make 40 points within the margin of one game. So really looking tough for Team Regicide and 3x Esports. And at least for Regicide, we've seen glimpses of success in the league stage, so we can hope for what might end up coming tomorrow. But for 3x Esports, this has been the case ever since the league stage. They've just not found their form in this first week of PMPL Pakistan.
They have not. That is so very fair and true to bring up. But again, we can definitely anticipate and hope that that will not be the story for them on the final day of the Super Weekend, where indeed, we've spoken about this again and again, the first Super Weekend, whatever teams are participating, they want to be able to capitalize on these situations and positions. And that is something that 3x has not been able to do so gracefully till now. And if tomorrow 5 games do not go their way, then they are off onto a very tough climb in the PMPL League this season.
Almost definitely. It's going to be extremely hard for these teams, but they've got one more day of the Super Weekend to try and make it count. So hopefully they're able to make it happen when their backs are against the wall. I hope we see some roaring performances from these teams to pull off at least a decent end to the Super Weekend. Like, if they can stay close to that top 10 mark, it will remind them that they just need to keep getting qualification, and they will stay in the top 16, because that's what matters. Even if you don't perform well in the first few weeks, as long as you turn up in time for the grand finals, that's all well and good.
Exactly, that's all that matters in the end. And again, with that, as we take the viewers back to the teams that did get themselves a chicken dinner along with a $500 in the bank today, we started off with FMxR3D, who had a wonderful run, 16 elimination points. I mean, a perfect comeback story on the first game of day number 2 of the Super Weekend right here at Pakistan. PMPL was fabulous to witness from the side of R3D. But as we move on through from there, Miramar came along, and that's when Quantum chimed in, and they were like, wait, yesterday we got $1,000 in the bank. Today also we ought to do the same. So they started off popping off heads, got themselves a chicken dinner with 11 elimination points. From there we moved on to Team H2E. Talk about a team that has completely switched their playstyle from league plays into the way that the team of H2E, the 4 lads, have been performing. it is just like a miracle. No, I shouldn't point it out like that, but it definitely is. I could not have predicted H2E to be doing so very well, but here they are. I mean, definitely proven to their fans that we are here to definitely take on the competition head on, and they are stopping teams like Salt. But then came in Salt on the SALTxi8 on the Sanhok map, where they got a chicken, and then the second final game rather, they got there on the second position, but just shy, because TUF got the better half. With that, SALTxi8 Esports team card on our screens, Crypto, Blade, the two dudes who have been popping off quite a lot in this game, in the day itself, of course, based on the elimination points as well as the damage that can be seen respectively from Crypto and Blade. 14 and 12 elimination points.
I mean, this is what we expected from Crypto coming into PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Spring Season, right? I think one of the players that really stood out did not turn up in the first few days of the league stage, I will say, but clearly was reserving the best for his Super Weekend, and you can see the best when it comes out. It's quite frightening. Now, in terms of map stats, of course, Erangel leads the way because we see the most number of Erangels. Not surprising whatsoever, but SALTxi8 clearly showing that it's not like they are uncomfortable in any map. If anything, I think Miramar is one where they really have to step up to the mark and try and find some success right there. But hey, we see mostly Erangels, so as long as they keep continuing this form in Erangels, it's all Gucci.
It definitely is, and with this sort of a momentum boost that they've been able to accumulate for themselves on day number 2 of the Super Weekend, let's just hope and pray that this continues on. This momentum boost that they've been able to create for themselves just proves on forth from this day on to tomorrow being the final day of the first Super Weekend right here at PMPL Pakistan region, and that is a conversation for SALTxi8, but nothing taken away from Freestyle, from Magnus, from QWERTY, because we want each and every single one of these teams to be performing their top-notch gameplay, because that is when things get that much more entertaining for us.
Yeah, 100%, and it's going to be extremely thrilling to witness all of these teams try and pull off their best effort on the last day of this Super Weekend. But going back to today's summary, once again, we've got unique winner chicken dinners in every single matchup, and as you can see, really it was some interesting winners in the last two matches. SALTxi8, they stole the victory kind of in Sanhok, and then in Erangel they got the victory stolen from them. But first three matches where it was mostly central and standard circles, you could see it was all about early zone control leading into some heavy damage winners in those matches.
Exactly, and that is what resulted in, of course, FMxR3D walking away with quite a high fragging game for themselves along with that chicken dinner. Same for Quantum, and then as we moved on through, it became more of a sneaky play, which was again showcased from the side of SALTxi8 in the map of Sanhok, and in this one it was Team TUF on the final map of Erangel. And that concludes our day number 2 of the Super Weekend right here at Pakistan region. But the journey does not end here, of course, because it's a 3-day affair when it comes to the Super Weekend. 2 days are done, 1 more day still remains, and that is where we need to see a different comeback story. I mean, today started off perfectly with R3D, TUF making decent strides, moving on across, jumping back down, pushing on again. SALTxi8 finally getting their first chicken dinner. But tomorrow we need to see where Magnus is missing out. Why is it missing out? 3x. Why and what exactly is going on wrong with them? MetershotxSKY, they're sitting comfortably in the overall ranking, but again, the playstyle that was showcased from them earlier is a little bit of a lackluster story from MetershotxSKY as well.
Yeah, and make sure you follow us on all the major platforms right here. Subscribe on the YouTube, follow the Instagrams, the Facebooks, so that you don't miss out on the amazing action that is to come out. This is just the first weekend. We've got 2 more massive weeks to go before we get into that grand final stage, and boy oh boy is it going to be a thrilling roller coaster of a ride.
Definitely is going to be. I mean, if at all the first league play and the first Super Weekend is to indicate anything, the journey is going to be a roller coaster ride. Bang on the money you are, definitely, when it comes to the words that you ended up choosing to describe it. But with that, CA, we do reach the end of our day number 2 of the Super Weekend right here at Pakistan region. With that, your final words and thoughts, mate.
Just that, make sure you get in there for the final day of the Super Weekend. But for now, we will say sayonara. See you tomorrow.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा लिया नहीं तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस मैं किया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flop जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं बिना चिकन देना कभी हार ना कबूल करूं कभी हार ना कबूल करूं
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल ठाता लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flap जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं वाली